eco-friendly, better world, livelihood, regeneration, transformation I saw somewhere, respecting our world, black to green. Wow, beautiful. I will wait for one more minute for anybody who is still thinking about it. Good. So I got a lot of hands, thumbs up. We have 140 response from all of you. And this will take as our vision for the next slide. Can we go to the next slide now? Okay, so from yesterday you had heard tens of presentation, right? And now I would like you to rank your repurposing option. What you like the most, you can rank one. As you will click, it will go on first rank, second rank, third rank. Now we will see how the ranking is happening for our repurposing option. What you think is the most important thing from 1 to 10. Community engagement, we have community engagement, tourism, agroforestry, livelihood, entrepreneurship. You just click in. Whatever you like, you click and it will go to the top. The second thing you like, click it, it will go to the second rank. We have 9 of the people who had responded already. "196 people are there. We have 16 responses. We need few more. Please." So community engagement is still leading. Livelihood is coming on the second. To post-mining landscape and tourism and art is flipping the positions. Renewable energy was at the top, is now going down. MSME and service sector is at the end. 80 of you had responded. Now there is no change of ranking, only people are supporting what is already there. Okay, so I think this is the chart of the winner. So we all think that community engagement is important. Livelihood we should look forward to. We should have a beautiful post-mining landscape as our joint vision. Tourism and art holds the place. Agroforestry is there. Aquaculture, to my surprise, is still on the 7th rank. We don't see our water pits as a suitable option. Entrepreneurship, MSME and service sector is at the end. Let's go to the next one. Okay, very important question to me. We all know that once a mine will get closed, there will be an economic impact to the local economy. But had you thought about that what is the value of that economic impact? We know that there is an economic impact. Just give a number. So there is a rank from 100 crore to 1000 crore per million ton of an economic impact that can be there once the employees move out, once the subcontracting is not there anymore, once the money is not revolving in the economy. But what is your view? No? Please, we see a graph getting created. It's a crore per year per million ton of an economic impact in the places where mining will exhaust and the economy will feel an impact. We have 87. So we see a curve getting generated at 500 crore per million ton per year as an local impact to the economy. Okay, let's go to the next one. We understand from our side that it would be around 900 crores per year per million ton economic impact once a mine will not be operating anymore. Next slide. Okay, how many secondary jobs would be affected? So we are not talking about the mining company people, but we are talking about those who are dependent on mine. Your subcontractor, the laborers, the nearby transport people, the people who are running small shops, how many jobs per million ton of mine would be impacted? A guess. What do you think? I think the scale is not correct. The scale is from 1,000 to 10,000. So I think there is some issue in this slide. Maybe let's go to the next one, please. Yeah, the slide is not upcoming. Can you say again? The scale is not, I think we can go to the next question then. Okay. How much investment is needed to mitigate the economic and job impact? If we say the mine is not there after 10 years, it has to be replaced by something else. What is the investment that is needed in that area to remove an economic impact of 900 crore per year or 500 crore per year of economic impact and maybe 5,000 job per million ton of an job impact? What would you need? So this is from 0 to 6,000 crore range. We are seeing a curve getting generated at 3,000 crore. Any guess? Few more answers. Okay, 117 people already responded. So I think let's settle on 3,000 crore. 3,000 crore is the investment you may need in that area to mitigate the impact which is created because of mines moving out and the jobs that would be impacted. Let's go to the next one. And that's a correct answer. Next one. Okay. So I have a case study for you. The case study is this. You can read it. There is a small mine which is going to get closed in X location in Jharkhand. You are the mine closure officer of that particular location. The mine is going to get closed in next 4 years. Its present operational capacity is around 1 million ton per annum. It's an open cast mine. 150 hectares of land is under mining. But the mining company also has 500 hectares of additional land around the mine. You have to create an scenario where you can generate 500 crores of revenue in local economy. That can generate 5,000 jobs. And the transition from coal dependency to a diversified regional economy. You have 20 crores available in your RESCO money and 50 crore in DMFT. And you can leverage the central state government scheme, private sector investment for creating the economy. So it will be a very simple job. Are you all clear with the assumption of the case study? Yes, please raise your hand. Okay, all of you, thank you. Can we go to the next slide? So you have to create a 5-year plan. I will give a small input to you. This is what we call a mine repurposing ladder. Everything which we do, we are talking about ecological restoration and safety use, that comes as a responsibility to you, which is your part of the closing the coal mine. Everything which is agroforestry, fishery, is something which is part of your just transition. Renewable energy and utility, it's part of your creating new infrastructure on the mines. Manufacturing and logistics is something which will create the most amount of job and would need most amount of investment. And then the top, advanced industry, service and knowledge industry, is something which will give you the most amount of jobs and investment. Okay? So this is a basic information I am providing you, so you don't get confused with what all can be done. This ladder has a basic assumption, and with this assumption, you can create an economy of 3,000 crore. That is for sure. Now the choice is yours. Let's go to the next slide. What can you do for environmental restoration? We are in the first ladder, and we have our job of creating environmental restoration, which is part of mine closure. We need your inputs on the text box, and it will come here. Please. Ecological park, afforestation and landscaping, land filling, ecotourism, Miyawaki, agroforestry, green belt development, plantation, geotourism. Can you scroll up a bit if it's possible? Yeah. Watershed development, livestock, biological reclamation, reclaim the land, fruit bearing plant, ecotourism, pisciculture. Okay, we have 50 responses, we will not go to each of them. Let's go to the next one. So we are done with our biological reclamation part of mine closure. Let's go to the next. What can you do for livelihood of adjacent community? So now we are talking about involving the community who is living around your coal closed mine, and we need to give them a income and a job. May not be very highly skilled, but something, 10,000 rupees per month is what their expectation is. What shall we do? Please give your input. Skill development, very good. FHG, agriculture, upskilling. So skilling is coming everywhere. This is your focus for providing them the jobs. Kaushal Vikas, skill development. Agriculture, art and skill, agroforestry, entrepreneurship development. Very good. So now we are done with 2 steps of our mine closure. We had biologically reclaimed the mine. We are providing something for the livelihood. Third, please. Next slide. Now you have to do repurposing. It's an infrastructure development. Please rank your option. What you would like to do in your mind for repurposing. We have solar and wind installation, water reservoir for drinking and irrigation, pumped hydro, battery energy storage, data center, housing infrastructure and museum. This is all what you had heard yesterday and you will come to know more about today. So okay, solar and wind is leading at the top, then water reservoir, pumped hydro, water reservoir is coming up. 46 respondents, please add 100 more at least. Solar again comes at the top. Museum is at the end. We had heard so much about art and culture, but still the museum is at the end. Data center, housing infrastructure is still at the end. Okay, so only first 2 positions are getting exchanged, which is you will work on the water reservoir to create an infrastructure and you will do solar and wind. It may be possible that you are only aware about these 2 interventions and that's why you are selecting. But there are sessions on the data center and other things in our session today. Okay, let's go to the next one. Now your repurposing is done. Now you are on the 4th stage where you can create maximum jobs and maximum gross value addition to the economy. Keep in mind, whatever we have done in the first 3 parts can give you only 50% of the job loss and the value that had gone out of the economy. Remaining 50% will come from MSME and service industry. So let's rank our options. Women FHG production unit is coming at the top. Food processing industry, furniture and handicraft, warehouse and logistic hub. Okay, so I think there is a clear winner that FHG model is the only way to create an MSME input at the location. Let's go to the next one. Now we are into the advanced industry. These advanced industries take at least 5 to 8 years to get developed. You can't ask an educational institute to come immediately and start operating and generating revenue. It will take 5 years. So that's why, and it needs a lot of skilled manpower and lot of coordination and the support from state and central government. What are your options? You will promote solar or EV manufacturing, educational and research campus, IT parks, data centers, financial services. So we have 100 respondents, more than that. And we know that solar and EV manufacturing is coming at the top. Let's go to the next one. Okay, now we know what all we need in 5 steps to reach to a repurposing option. Congratulations to all of you. You had able to meet 3,000 crores of investment and the gross value addition. But what stops you from doing that? What is the support you need to make this vision a reality? Where are you stuck? I know you had all imagined it. You have all the answers with you. Can you give few of your inputs? Funding, policy, engagement, market linkage, VGF, funding, fund relief on time, local support, policy, visionary person or organization, policy, hope, district administration, funding. So I think there's a clear winner who is funding. But I think you are thinking that you have to fund from your own. That's not the way it will happen. You will only provide the feed fund. You will give a vision. But the real investment will come from private sector, which is 80% of the investment needed. And then only it will be sustainable. Otherwise, it will again fall back. Let's go to the next one. Okay, I think there was one more slide back. Can you go to the, no, one back. Okay. So we have already, no, next. Okay, so I think it's ended and there is spelling mistake here. But thank you to all of you for your support, and I hope you enjoyed the exercise, and I hope all the dignitaries and seniors sitting here know what's the problem of our mine closure officer. Thank you all of you. Thanks a lot.
Check. Thank you, sir, for this engaging group-based exercise on envisioning together transforming minds into thriving ecosystem. Before we move into the theme of the day, which is strategizing and implementation mine closure and repurposing, knowing your repurposing option, to set the context and provide the thematic introduction, may I now invite Sri Sajish Kumar N, Coal Controller, to address the gathering. Sir, the floor is yours.
A very good morning to all of you. And Abhinav, thank you so much. Yeah, that was a wonderful co-creation and envisioning exercise. And these are the kind of the spirit with which we should work. It's a collaborative exercise. And we should also be knowing that, what we want to do for the repurposing of your mind. So yesterday we heard a lot of things about how do you really do the ground-breaking interventions at the ground, from art to culture to data centers. My objective today is to kind of converge those practical knowledge and then tell you how do you strategize the mine closure and the repurposing. And strategy is very important if you really want to create the scale and replicate it across the regions to present it as a global example. So that's the topic of mine today, strategizing and implementing mine closure and repurposing. Why mine closure is important, right? That's a mood question hanging in everyone's head. There are 575 mines, 428 of them operational, and about 147 mines which we identified for the closure. There are about 3.6 lakh hectares of land, and there are about 5 million people whose lives are actually affected through that. So we need to do it with a purpose, more responsibly, and we are responsible to give it back to the society when we actually extract the coal. Next. So I'll just give a brief introduction about what is mine closure, and all of you know that. It's the restoration of the land back to its original condition to the maximum extent possible. It's got two components. One is the final mine closure, and the second is the progressive mine closure. When you're actually extracting the coal, along with that, you continue to do certain closure activities. And once the life of the mine ends, you finally close the mine, taking into account the safety, and then you start repurposing the mine for the use of people. So these are some of the components. The main difference between the progressive and the final is that in case of final, we actually give a notice to DGMS, taking into account all kind of safety requirements and all of that. We dismantle the infrastructure. We are now transitioning from a mono economy, which is a coal-based economy, into more of a multi-skilled and a multi-dimensional economy. So the challenge there is actually how do you transition from mono economy to the larger multi-dimensional economy when the coal extraction stops. There have been a lot of key policy guidelines, so I just ran you through it. The mine closure was not part of this entire ecosystem or the concept before 2009. For the first time, we introduced the mine closure plan in the year 2009. In 2020, we made actually that as an integral part of the mining plan. So today, if you are submitting a mining plan for operation of a coal mine, the mine closure plan is actually an integral part of that. And in 2025, we came up with a transformatory intervention that was actually creating the community development aspect and incorporating that in the mine closure plan. Today, 25% of the escrow account has to be expended for the community development and livelihood related projects in mine closure. And all of you are aware that every mine, while they operates, they contribute about 14 lakh rupees per hectare to a mine closure account, and they use that fund for actually carrying out the mine closure activities. Next. So we kind of mandated that all the mining companies shall come up with their community development projects, and they should incorporate that into the mine closure plan. And this is the final list for about 252 coal mines out of the 26,697 crores expenditure for mine closure in the next 12 to 15 years. About 6,754 crores is specifically for the community development and livelihood. And this is one bucket of fund or source of fund that is available for the mine closure and the repurposing. And there are many other sources of funding which I will talk about next. So this is what, and these are the kind of the area of intervention which the coal companies have already identified, from skill development, fruit-bearing trees to agriculture, ecotourism, clean energy projects, art and culture, women empowerment, sanitation, sustainability, all of that. Next. We have identified 147 mines to be finally closed, and for the first time since independence, we have closed 25 mines in last 1 year, which is an incredible achievement, and I thank all of you for taking that step. Before actually repurposing, we have a responsibility to scientifically close the mines. There are a lot of mines which has been abandoned and discontinued before 2009. Nobody was attending to that. That was a safety hazard. There's a lot of things which was happening to the environment. In a more responsible way, we are now scientifically closing the mines, and then we will be achieving that target of 147 probably in next 3 years. Next. In order to drive and foster the spirit of efficient governance and also the collaboration, we have come up with some of the initiatives. And one of this is very important, which Gokul was mentioning yesterday. We have come up with the Reclaim, which is nothing but co-creating and envisioning the idea of mine closure and the repurposing with the people, and make the people part of the entire process, more of a participatory approach. Before, in mine closure, the biggest problem was that it was a top-to-bottom approach. Now we want to have a bottom-up approach. How do you envision with these communities? How do you indigenous knowledge? How do you localize it? How do you make the people part of the entire implementation in the planning process? How do you make a more responsive community which is actually driving the mine closure and repurposing? And for that, we actually came up with this Reclaim. Next. This is about, you need to identify the pain points in the people's life. Then you need to address those challenges through envisioning with the people. Then you need to co-create the ideas, and those ideas need to be projectivized. And then you need to put that project into your mine closure and the repurposing plan. Like Gokul was mentioning yesterday, we have done some pilot for about 7 mines, and we have actually trained 200 nodal officers for carrying out the Reclaim framework. I would only request the coal companies here, the top management, to take it forward. At the end of the day, if you really want to understand the sense of the people, their pain points, and if you want to understand the service level gaps, if you want to converge some of the other government projects with your mine closure and the repurposing, you need to really do a community engagement. A meaningful, purposeful community engagement is at the heart of a responsible mine closure and the repurposing. This is what I was mentioning. We did about 200 trainers of training program. So they are ready now. My only request is, again, go to the field, envision with the people, try to understand. Let's make this as an exercise where at least we reach out to 1 lakh people in next 6 to 8 months' time. And then we will have the proper insights about the community's requirements and the pain points and the solution to address them. Next. We also have come up with something called the Lives Framework. This is a very practical tool for the mine repurposing. Before 2025, the community development framework which we have come up, the mine closure was only about the land and the biological reclamation. So that was only about L. Then we came up with this particular framework with I, which is an integrated community development, and V stands for the viable post-closure, which is repurposing. E is about the environmental sustainability, and S is about the community stewardship. So when you look at the mine closure and the repurposing today, it's a wide array or gamut of activities, not only the land and biological reclamation, it's about the community development, the repurposing, it's about environmental sustainability, and it's about the community stewardship. Next. Somebody was mentioning about the funding and finance. I know that this is not a great source of funding, but we also essentially need to do and understand that we are actually in a space which is related to the greening, afforestation, reclamation. So it's important we incorporate some of the aspects of the green financing, green funding. And how do we do that? We have actually come up with a framework called ARTHA. How do you assess some of your projects for the readiness of green financing or a climate financing mechanism? At least one or two projects if you can actually take up and showcase it to the world. Can we do that? So that's the strategy. Next. Okay, I just show you because we have also developed a tool called Suvikalp. It's an online tool. I mentioned about the repurposing options. We have identified about 35 to 40 repurposing options, and we also created a tool. I would tell Nirupal, if you can just take us through that. So you have a portal. Now let's assume that the exercise which Abhinav just showed you, you want to repurpose your mine, and you know that the mine has got certain physical condition. You know that there are certain environmental and other parameters attached to the mine. You know the community preferences of the mine, and also you know that there are the social and other economic parameters which is attached to that mine. So how do we do that? So here, so here, if you, there's some problem, so let's. Somebody can fix this, yeah. So this is your mine. Let's say that, what is the geomining factors of your site? What kind of a mine is this? It's an open cast mine. And then you have, what is the topography, geotechnical stability, and you have got resource and budgeting. You want to put in low capex, middle capex, or high capex. You have about the grid proximity. You have about the sunlight and other things. Topsoil, you have got about the environmental condition, the temperature, whether this particular mine is closer to the city, closer to the hospital, the airport, any other mode of transport, how well it is integrated, the tourism. So we have actually built in, a lot of those physical features of the mine, and then you just generate the options depending upon, different attributes of that mine. And it gives you some options in terms of the compliance. Some of them are good matches with 70 to 90% of the matching with the physical condition. Now, only the physical condition is not the most important thing, and there is something called the community preferences. Now, you want to evaluate these projects in terms of the community preference, so you go to the community engagement side. And here you know that, you have already done the reclaim framework. Now you understood what are the community preferences. For example, there's an employment generation versus social inclusion. Which is your priority or the community's priority? For example, a data center would create a lot of wealth, but it's not socially inclusive. So that's a trade-off. So the community may say that, I don't want actually to go for that data center, but I need more of a socially inclusive project. So there are different buckets of options. So you put, based on the community preferences. And then finally, try putting it. Yeah. Try putting it, more options. Yeah, more options. Next. Yeah, fast. Yeah. Do it. Yeah. Next. Yeah. So, and then you basically create a final ranking. Yeah. Just do the calculate suitability. Yeah. So it gives you the maximum fit, which is with 50 to 80%, and then other options, right? And then you do the final ranking. Yeah. So based on the physical features of your mine and the community preferences, you have actually come to this final thing. And this is the, the final list of the projects which can be taken up. So this is in the preliminary stage. So we are now adding more attributes. Now we are adding more projects. We are actually getting now more of the community preferences options. And also now each of the projects we will be coming up with some kind of a knowledge support. If you're a learner, if you're an implementer, if you want to implement the projects, there will be a lot of case studies, there will be a lot of RFPs, model RFPs. There will be experts you can reach out to. There will be some MOOC videos, and all of that we will be creating as a knowledge sharing platform. So these are some of the repurposing options which are available here. Next. So many of them. Then a lot of this has been spoken to yesterday. So you know that repurposing is nothing but it's the process of transforming a mine for sustainable post-mining uses. It benefits both the environment, economy, and the community. It's about creating the new infrastructure. It's about reskilling people. It's about transitioning from the mono economy to the multidimensional economy. Now, idea is, can you think beyond just mine closure? Can you have that one idea which is in terms of impact, the maximum, in terms of scalability, possible, and that also serves society in a larger way? Can you think of that one idea? So that's been the ministry's focus area. We have identified 147 mines. We have made integrating community engagement as a part of it. We want to create impactful, scalable, and replicable projects that becomes model not only for India, but for the world. And we want to drive innovations and technology in mine closure. So that's the larger thing. How do you strategize for that then is the question, obviously. Most of this thing, when we talk about at an international level, these are all aligned with the SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. You will find that, there's a huge impetus for actually taking up this because these are also strongly aligned with the SDG goals and most of it. Next. We need to have some kind of environmental sustainability and the governance framework. All of that you do actually have, but big companies at the top leadership level, you need to just tweak it and align it with the larger ESG goals, which actually add value to your company. So always think in those terms, very important. You need to have the leadership. Now, leadership is about, inspiring the people to do the things in a better way. So it's about translating your vision for the organization and for the mine closure and the repurposing to the bottom of the pyramid. Thereby, that becomes the actual vision of the organization and it becomes a movement. Can we do that? Creating those leadership at the ground level. And that's very important for actually taking forward the mine closure and repurposing. Next. Capacity building. And most of the things, we need to build a capacity to creating community engagement framework, reaching out to the people, projectivizing ideas, creating best RFPs for procuring it, structuring the project, both in terms of engineering and also financial structuring. Do we have that kind of a capacity, which is institutional capacity, also the individual capacity? So we need to think in terms of building institutional capacity and the individual capacity, leveraging and unlocking the financial opportunities. How do we structure some of the PPP projects? How do we converge with other government schemes? How do we monetize the land as a resource? How do we do some kind of a value capturing finances, right? So you need to have the innovative thinking. You need to have those kind of innovative financial structuring models to take up some of this project. There's one example. If you look at the expected carbon offset per acre for next 20 years is about 300 tons of carbon dioxide. And all that put together for your areas, it will offset over 20 years about 800 lakh ton of carbon dioxide. And the market value of that at 2023 average price USD is about 557 million USD. Now, this is not essentially a funding option. What I mean to say that, always remember that, that little things you do at ground level is actually a wide ramification. All big companies who create the values, they are actually on the basis of this sustainability practices and ESG framework. These are very important. So always keep that in mind. You probably at the nodal offices, they will not understand, but at the corporate governance level, at the management level, you should always keep this in mind, and that add value to the company. Next. Converging with other government schemes. You don't have to reinvent everything. There are many other government schemes which are available. What you need to do is that understand the service level gaps existing in the community areas where the mine is operating and try to converge with some of the government schemes and to kind of improve it with efficiency, right? That's required. So we have a session on that. And most importantly, you need to align it with some of the international best practices. You need to have the tie-up with at the corporate level, some of the best, international agencies who have the experience and expertise of actually transforming that. Like yesterday, Germany, GIZ was actually talking about a UNESCO World Heritage Site where a closed mine was converted into that. For example, in case of Navy, the kind of intervention they have done. Can we even think of actually tying up with UNESCO and have a UNESCO natural heritage for the kind of the green repurposing thing you have done here? I mean, this is a top layer because already you have created the hard infrastructure. Can we, have a tie-up with some of those international organizations and leverage on that? So that's a very important thing. And most importantly, and this is very, very, very important, the people follow if you set examples. So it's very important actually for anyone to create those champions and demonstrable projects where people understand the value. And once you do that, others will follow. So my request for all of the top management, the middle level management, and also the nodal officers is that whatever little things you do, it's got a wide impact. It's got a huge impact in terms of the environment, sustainability, and also the communities. So realize that and do it with that purpose. And when you do that, and you yourself become the champions, there will be a lot of people following you. So my suggestion for all of you, please think yourself and be that champion. And I'm sure that what we talk about will get translated into the projects and transforms the people's life. And that's a great value we create. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, to set the content of the theme. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move for the first session of the day. The theme is creating livelihood through other alternatives. The theme is to identify and develop diversity, locally related livelihood beyond mining, such as skilled-based enterprises, services, and small-scale industries to ensure a strong income and sustainable society economic development for communities. We are honored to have with us Sri N.K. Singh, CMD, CCL, as a moderator. May we kindly invite the moderator of the session onto the dais with our eminent speakers, Dr. Usha Ganesh, Senior Advisor. Kindly come onto the dais. Let's give a huge round of applause. Mr. Ashish Kumar, Retired Deputy Director, Department of Fisheries, Government of Jharkhand. Onto the dais, Mr. D. Venkatesan, Director, Ministry of Tourism. Onto the dais. And along with Mr. Debashish, Executive Vice President, IDFC, to kindly come onto the dais. Now we hand over the session to our moderator.
सेशन की शुरुआत मैं मैडम से करना चाहूँगा। आप लोग बहुत पेशेंटली सुन रहे हैं और बहुत वैल्यूबल एडिशन इस सेशन के थ्रू होने जा रहा है। माइनिंग के हम लोग ऑलवेज एक्सपर्ट्स रहे हैं, पर बियॉन्ड माइनिंग क्या करना है अभी हमारे चार माननीय से हम लोग सुनेंगे इसको। तो मैं ज़्यादा समय नहीं लेते हुए मैं एक एक करके आमंत्रित करता हूँ। डॉक्टर सर फर्स्ट।
Hope I'm audible to everyone. Good morning. I think it's been a super energizing morning with Abhinav's Mentimeter, and the findings that came out of it gave us all a lot of insights and inputs that we're all already thinking along similar lines. So I think that's really, really interesting to see. I was also very, very, I was reflecting a lot about the events yesterday, especially the cultural events where we saw all the, the youth potential really of India in a microcosm here. And it brought to me the fact that there is so much potential, but there is also so much responsibility. All of us together and individually carry a lot of responsibility in encouraging these youngsters and giving them the right and more sustainable pathways towards employment, towards livelihoods, towards entrepreneurship and more. Yeah? So it's indeed an apt session today to start today's sessions looking at different options for repurposing of closed and about to be closed mines. I will be speaking about one of these options, but the interesting thing is that many times you will find more than one option can be implemented. So I will probably be speaking about, to just give you a broad picture, I will talk a little bit about GIZ and our work in the skill development space, because that forms the bedrock of some of the suggestions I'm making. We'll also be looking at, the concepts of socio-economic development, which is something that came up so much in all our discussions yesterday, and look at how we can do this through economic diversification. We'll also look at the Reclaim framework, which I really thought was a great programmatic model for us to look at how we can operationalize some of our project interventions. We'll look at Reclaim and look at sustainable pathways for skill development in that context. Then we wanted to also, together with you, share some insights on how we can visualize or envision multi-skill development centers, which is something that we are proposing as one of the options for repurposing of closed mines. I think this is an older slide. So this is, I think, an older deck, but I wanted to skip through very quickly a little bit about GIZ and GIZ in India. GIZ has been operational in India for over 70 years across multiple thematic areas. We work in the areas of renewable energy, we work in sustainable urban development, we are in social and private sector development, and as well in a very large way in biodiversity, natural resources management, and so on. As you would see, I think we have been very active in the skill development space for decades now. We have a lot of cross-cutting themes, and the reason I wanted to share this is because these interventions are actually implementable across sectors, across themes, across clusters. For GIZ, we have been looking at 3 key activities or 3 key outcomes that we want out of our interventions. So we are looking at strengthening of the skill ecosystem, creating industry-ready workforce, and largely looking at promoting diversity, inclusion, and more of gender inclusion in all our sectors. We do this in a lot of different ways. Sir mentioned training of trainers, curricular development, private sector engagement, which Abhinav mentioned earlier, looking at German dual vet model, looking at different kinds of digital solutions, and more recently, we are also looking a little bit into international mobility and how our youth can become ready for becoming, a skilled worker in the global workforce. Yeah. As we were talking about the youth and the youth potential, we already know the demographics, we already know the numbers, right? We already know that India has a large youth population, youth population with huge potential with a median age of just 28. So we are looking really at a lot of aspirations, a lot of wishes for their growth, their potential to contribute to the economy. At the same time, we also see that the world of work and workforce itself is changing. You will find that there is a lot of different types of skill sets that youth are being asked to bring to the table. Yeah? So we are talking about hard skills, we are talking about soft skills, which we always knew, but there are also these meta skills. There are other kinds of skills that we need. So now, I think we've already moved it. It's all right. So I think what we're trying to say here is that this is the place that we have to take all our youth to, and this is the basis for all our suggestions in the skill development ecosystem. I think we can move now. So coming to the context, this is all the basis, coming to the context of socio-economic development in the context of mining as a sector and mining activities through economic diversification. I think one of the first things that always hits all of us who look inside from out is the fact that most mining activity happens in regions which become monosectoral, which means that there's very little economic activity that goes beyond or allied to mining activities. This makes the region and the community very susceptible to risks, susceptible to volatility of any kind, and mine closure is viewed with trepidation rather than something that one can work around or work with or work towards. So this is one of the key challenges that we saw, and we thought let's look at economic diversification as one of the key approaches. And we were looking at, the science says that there are two types of economic diversification. There's vertical and horizontal. I won't take too much time on this, but the fact that we can look at economic diversification in mining and allied industries, we can also look at economic diversification across by bringing in other sectors, other industries, and other activities. A little more on that as we go on. And I must also say here, when we talk about skill development, I am kind of stretching that definition a little to encompass skilling for livelihoods, to try and bring livelihood-related businesses, providing market linkages for livelihoods. All of this falls under the gamut of the skill development space. So our approach has been to look at three pillars of economic diversification. The first is, of course, investing in human capital, which is to look at, bringing the focus. So there's a lot of activity already happening in skill development. It is not something that is brand new or something wildly innovative. Similarly, there's a lot of work happening in the livelihood promotion space and livelihood development space. How do we bring the focus of these many things that are happening to look at mine adjacent communities? I think that's one of looking at the aspirations, the demographic conditions, the contextual skills, as I think it was mentioned in more than one session yesterday, that each mine is different, each mining community is different, and maybe therefore we need different combinations and permutations of what we offer in each of the mines. I think the Suvikalp model is also a very interesting one in this context. Then we look at developing social infrastructure, and by this we mean not just physical infrastructure, but also that entire social movement of making skills accessible for communities, making sure there are innovative models to skilling, making sure we leverage digitalization, we bring in greater quality and training of trainers, and bringing jobs at the end of the day to the local community. And lastly, if we are to invest in human capital and develop the social infrastructure, we also need to foster the growth of MSMEs, because they really are the people who will employ the bulk of the youth if those youth are skilled properly. I was speaking a little bit about the Reclaim framework, and we actually looked at the Reclaim framework and said, how are we going to operationalize it? If we are to look at it from an economic diversification perspective or a skill development perspective, how do we operationalize it? What are the different moving parts? And we realized that, I think Sir also mentioned it in his talk just prior to me, that we need to bring stakeholders together. So we need to identify, partner, collaborate, enable these stakeholders. It has to be community focused. It has to leverage any kind of competitive advantage that community or that location has. You need to co-develop, co-design, build pilot models first, and then also look at how you're going to scale it. Yeah? These models, of course, have to be extremely demand-driven. They have to be industry-led, because this is the only way for skill development to become sustainable in the long run without interventions like ours. Fund flows, I think we already touched, that's at the center of everything. Without the fund flows, we are not going to be able to see these models sustain. So we have to also build that into our programmatic design. Champions, I think Sir also referred to champions. We also see building of champions as a great way to hand off after you have developed a model. So here you need to identify local champions, enable them, capacitate them, and then handhold them up to a certain point so that they become ready, and then you can hand over and step away. So this is the way we looked at it in the context of economic diversification, for looking at skill development or livelihoods promotion. So we had a couple of case studies, but I don't know if we have a lot of time to go into case studies, so I'm going to skip quickly. But Irish Midland is a celebrated case study. You will find it in the Terry newsletter, and you'll also find the link which you can access. But these are case studies with similar situations as in India, where it was a monosectoral community and how they looked at economic diversification to move beyond just peat. I think we can skip these slides. What we have, yeah, we can skip all of this. Yeah, I think what we wanted to show really was that there is a possibility to, when we talked about the framework, we talked about the different moving parts like stakeholders and model, and we want champions and you want hand-holding. How is this all going to sustain? How is it all going to come together? Sure, we need all of them to come together in their mind. First, they have to think together, they have to converge, they have to integrate, collaborate. I think these are great words. But we also need a physical space where they can actually come together. And this is really what we are proposing as the multi-skill development centers. Yeah. So in this context, what we wanted to bring on board were the guiding principles. I think this was also mentioned very beautifully in some of the frameworks that that Sir presented earlier, where you look at community engagement at the core, followed by the institutional setup. There is an ecosystem, which also the guiding principle should be that these skill development centers should not only be about skill development. They have to go beyond. They have to look at enterprise and market orientation, demand-led. And lastly, as it was mentioned, we also take some green principles, green infrastructure and facilities into the count. What would these multi-skill development centers be able to offer? Of course, since we are calling them skill development centers, surely they will offer skill development, entrepreneurship, livelihood, capacitating, and so on. So that is definitely one big chunk. It will also look at hand-holding and market linkages for livelihood and other such business models. But importantly, what this multi-skill development center is supposed to do is actually bring training closer to the youth in the community. It is supposed to bring jobs and employment closer to that community. It is supposed to bring employers closer to a workforce that they probably did not earlier tap. It should serve as a business center for budding entrepreneurs and enterprises. It should also be able to bring market linkages as well as self-sustain through revenue generation. And we'll look at a little bit in that. Yeah, so I think this would be the last but one slide. Here's how we can make it sustainable, because all of it sounds very fantastic and you say, okay, this is all great, but how do you make it real? So here we are looking at what are the different ways this multi-skill development center can actually become sustainable. Of course, through livelihoods training, there could be a earn and learn, there could be a pay and learn model. You have market access, retail opportunities for visitors. You can have service-based revenue streams, which that multi-skill development center can also house. You can look at institutional adoption in different ways. We can bring on board CSR funds. So there are a lot of different ways that such a center can actually become sustainable. What's important is really for that young person who is going to be there in the community who has access to this multi-skill development center. This becomes a place where they can come and explore opportunities, they can engage with others, they can give wings to their ideas. Yeah? And most importantly, I think I'd like to really highlight that these multi-skill development centers are really modular. They can be set up in conjunction with other options like museums or tourism and so on. Because skill development is something that all these other options also need. So with that, I will end my presentation. So this is how we had envisaged the multi-skill development center. Just one before, please. Just 2 minutes more. So yeah, this is how we had envisaged the multi-skill development center as a hub and spoke model. Because there are a lot, as I mentioned, there's a lot of activity happening in skill development and livelihood. So you already have ITIs, you already have skill centers and training partners and industries and FPOs. You need to just bring them together, and the multi-skill development center can be that physical space as well as a concept that brings people together in minds and in aligning with their ideas and thoughts. So yeah, with that I will stop here, and thank you so much.
Now I will request Speaker Sri Ashish Kumar, who belongs to Government of Jharkhand. He will be delivering his lecture on converging mine water bodies into aquaculture and cage fish resources. Please.
Respected dignitaries and all the participants, I'll discuss here what we are doing in Jharkhand in the closed coal pits which are filled with water. The water remains throughout the year and that is of no use for irrigation or drinking water. So can I have the slides please? So this is scope of pisciculture in abandoned mines in Jharkhand. You know, in Jharkhand, the state separated in the year 2000, and before that, more than for 100 years, mining has been going on in Jharkhand in different districts like Dhanbad, Bokaro, Ranchi, and other places. So, a lot of mines which have been closed, and they were of no use. Water runoff or the rainwater got filled up in those mines, and they are perennial source of water. So from fisheries department, we thought why not to use this water for aquaculture. And without knowing that this is going to be a very important aspect in mine repurposing, we started it. And because the water is very deep, so conventional aquaculture was not possible. So what we did that we floated cage into them and we started harvesting fish from them. And it became a very successful venture and we have expanded it to, starting from one pit, we expanded it to so many other pits in so many other districts. So we'll just discuss about the geographical area of Jharkhand is 79,700 square kilometers. This is one of the major coal producing states of the country. Other mine minerals are also available in Jharkhand mines like bauxite, hematite, mica, copper, uranium, etc. And it is largely inhabited by tribal people. Next slide, please. So major coal fields, as you all know, are Jharia, Bokaro, North and South Karnpura, Rajmahal, etc. The key districts are Dhanbad, Bokaro, Ramgarh, Hazaribagh, Chatra and Godda. And hundreds of abandoned coal pits, spelling mistakes there, filled with water available in the state throughout the year. These pits are perennial source of water bodies filled with rainwater or surface runoff with depth up to 10 to 40 meters, sometimes more, unsuitable for traditional fisheries. In traditional fisheries, it will be very difficult to harvest the fishes. It has got large surface area or small surface area also. Currently, they are underutilized for fisheries. So what is cage culture? Cage culture is fish farming in floating cages installed in deep water bodies. This is a very old concept, but it gained momentum in the year 2011 when one Government of India scheme came into the department, which is called National Mission for Protein Supplement. In that scheme, the Government of India started giving stress on increasing the protein production in the country. And they engaged different departments like agriculture for increasing pulse production, animal husbandry department for increasing the goat and poultry and egg production, and fisheries department for increasing the fish production. So we came into picture in that NMPS scheme and we started floating cages in the reservoirs. We started from Chandil Reservoir, which is a very large reservoir near Jamshedpur, and we started doing cage culture. Later on, we shifted to coal pits also. In coal pits, why we selected? Because abundance of unused water in pits, availability of fish seed and feed locally. We have started manufacturing fish feed also, and we purchase from outside. Then high demand of fish in the state, and it supports livelihood of displaced and mineral affected people. So we selected cage culture in the pits. Now, not all the fishes can be grown in cages. You have to select the species. So we selected Pangasius fish, which is a basic, native fish of Central Asia, like Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, etc. So this was not allowed earlier, but now it is allowed in India. Then we selected tilapia, which is a very disease-resistant and fast-growing fish. Then at some places we are also trying rohu and katla, which is very much liked by the people in Jharkhand and Bihar and other places. And at some places we are also trying common carp fish. So these are the cage designs. Initially we started with GI-made pipes. Cages are floating frames made of GI pipes, which are tied up with barrels, SDP barrels, and we are fixing nets in which the fishes grow. But later on, now modular cages have also come, and these are more convenient to operate. So these are two types of cages which we use. Coming to the expenditure, for making one cage of 12 meter by 8 meter by 5 meter, or two cages of 6 meter by 8 meter by 5 meter, the cost has been calculated to be 3,60,000, and the input cost, which includes the cost of fish feed and seed and medicine, other things, is taken 2 lakh rupees per cage per year. A production of 30 to 40 kg per cubic meter has been obtained, and if properly managed, following all the guidelines. The institutional supports available in Jharkhand is the Department of Fisheries, which is regularly supporting the fish farmers by different schemes, subsidy schemes. Then there is a scheme of PMMSY, Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, of the Government of India. Then there are DMFT funds also in some districts, and NFDB Hyderabad is also supporting cage culture in the state. The benefit is that these are providing employment to the local youths and the self-help groups, then income generation to mine-affected families, increased fish availability, that is adding to the nutrition in that area, and productive use of degraded lands and use of unused pit water. The challenges are water contamination risk. We have to select the pit before we have to start cage culture in that. Then poaching and ownership issues also come sometimes. Then lack of technical awareness. This is a technical thing, so they need to be trained properly and then monitored also. Then dedication is needed among the beneficiaries, because it is very much dependent on the feeding. The fishes are dependent on the feeding. So the persons who are doing cage culture should be very much dedicated to go to the cage every day and clean the cages periodically. If they will not do, there will be loss. And then sometimes natural calamities like a storm come, and sometimes human-animal conflict like elephants enter in some places and they destroy the cages. So that has to be taken up. Suggested solutions are water quality assessment before cage installation, then community-based ownership model. We have to first decide that how it will be operated and how the benefits will be distributed among the beneficiaries. Then we should go ahead. Then training and capacity building program is very much needed, and pilot projects in selected districts should be done initially. In Jharkhand, starting from one pit, we have covered now 27 pits in 12 districts, and 771 cages have so far been installed and they are being in operation. A sustainable approach for fisheries expansion, a strong scope under government and CSR supported programs, And this is very easy to replicate. Wherever there is water in the coal pit, you can start. So this can be replicated. These are the two species I mentioned. This is tilapia, left side, and this is tilapia is left side is pangasius and right side is tilapia. Pangasius is one fish which has got only one bone. Its meat is boneless if you cut properly, proper filleting is done, and there is so much in demand that is still you will find that 20 to 25 tons of pangas fillet is coming from Vietnam to India. Internationally, it is called basa fish, and whatever fish tikka or fish finger, boneless fish finger you get in the hotels, it will be of this basa fish. So there is a huge demand. This is one coal pit which has been fixed with so many cages, you can see. Next. These are other pictures where a farmer is feeding the fishes. This is one cage house on the left side. There is one cage house we have made in which they keep the feed for feeding the fishes. This is another cage in a coal pit. Right side is a satellite picture of a coal pit utilizing for this. Thank you very much. There's a 1 2-minute video clip of one cage culture in Kodarma Reservoir. I would like you to see.
From calm waters to changing lives, cage culture.
Not playing.
From calm waters to changing lives, cage culture in Jharkhand is rewriting the story of fisheries. At Kodarma district's Tilaiya Dam, this modern method of fish farming has brought new hope and steady income to local fishermen.
केज कल्चर में जुड़ने से चेंजिंग तो बहुत सारा चीज़ हुआ है, पैसा में चेंजिंग हुआ है और बहुत सारा चीज़ में क्वालिटी चेंजिंग हुआ है, बच्चे लोगों को पढ़ाई लिखाई में चेंजिंग हुआ है, आय का स्रोत बना है उससे.
For several years now, the Himanshu Displayed Fishermen Cooperative Society has been practicing cage culture in Tilaiya Dam. The prawns produced here have earned a strong reputation across Jharkhand.
मेरे गांव पूरा जिला में ताज़ा मछली के लिए विख्यात है. तिलैया डैम का जो ये एरिया है, हमारा जो जामू खाड़ी एरिया, ये यहाँ से झींगा मछली के लिए ये पूरा राज्य में फेमस है.
With nearly 75 members, this cooperative society is today doing business worth crores of rupees every year. The steady income from cage culture has significantly improved the financial condition of the fishermen and their families.
बहुत बदलाव हुआ. इस जो मैं बढ़ा हूँ सो मछली पालन से बढ़ा हूँ. यदि मछली पालन और इससे नहीं जुड़ता तो मैं शायद इस काम और हमारे बाल बच्चे इस तरह नहीं रहते.
Fish varieties such as ruhu, katla, tilapia and pangases are being reared in cages inside the dam. Once harvested, these fish are supplied to markets in Bihar and West Bengal. The cooperative society produces nearly 150 to 170 tons of fish every year.
इस समिति से मैं 2013 से जुड़ा हूँ और मैंने केज लिया, उसमें मैंने बच्चा पालन डाला, स्पून डाला, तो मुझे प्रॉफिट नज़र आया उसमें. सरकार के द्वारा हमको फीड और बीज दोनों उपलब्ध कराया गया.
The Jharkhand government's fisheries department is supporting fish farmers through various subsidy schemes. Cages, nets and feed are being provided on subsidy. Fishermen receive 50% subsidy on fish seed and up to 90% subsidy on motorboats.
हमारे राज्य में जलाशयों की जो अभी की स्थिति है वो इतनी बेहतर है कि अगर हम मछली पालन की दिशा में आगे बढ़ें तो आज ये राज्य मछली पालन में एक अग्रणी राज्य के रूप में खड़ा हो सकता है।
Under the Hemant Soren-led government, Jharkhand's fisheries sector continues to grow. The push to expand cage culture helps boost both employment and prosperity in local communities.
Thank you very much.
थैंक यू सर। अभी मैं आग्रह करना चाहूँगा स्पीकर श्री डी वेंकटेश्वर साहब से, जो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ टूरिज्म से जुड़े हैं। इनका टॉपिक है फ्रॉम एक्सट्रैक्शन टू एक्सपीरियंस टूरिज्म इन पोस्ट माइनिंग लैंडस्केप्स। प्लीज सर।
Namaskar and very good morning. Respected moderator, my co-panelists. At the outset, I would like to thank the Ministry of Coal and the Coal Controller for inviting me here for this important national conference. In fact, I couldn't be here yesterday due to an official commitment, but I'm glad that I could make it today for this and present to you on this subject. Next slide. Can you move the slide? From extraction to experience, building tourism-ready communities through training and capacity building in post-mining landscapes. There is a very general statement which is quite popular, is tourism is everybody's business. When I say tourism is everybody's business, it means that it touches the life of almost everybody, and it is also one of the important economic activities today. If you look at the quantum of tourism, if you look at in 2025, it was almost 294.8 million Indians traveled within India, and in 2024 we had almost 9.95 million foreign tourists. So the domestic tourism is which a very, very huge kind of potential for India, which gives a lot of scope for development of the local communities. And if you also kind of look at tourism is one sector which has very low barrier entries. It can be practiced at any part of the country, and it doesn't need much of infrastructure to start, and people will travel for experiences. So if you look at the scenario when we are looking for many decades, mining landscape were only symbolized for extractions. They were known for their economic values, but now with closure, it is a great initiative where we can move from extraction to experience, and we can transform the post-mining regions into spaces of tourism, livelihood, learning, and heritage and ecology. And I'm glad that this morning, when the survey was going on, almost the tourism stood at fourth, which shows the kind of a perception where there is a great scope for development of tourism as an alternative for the post-closure of the mines. Next slide. And the mine closure, as we all know, should not be viewed merely as an environmental regulatory endpoint. It should be seen as a development handover from industrial economy to an economy to community-centered, diversified local economies. Once again, the survey also moved and showed where the community and sustainability were ranked quite high among the participants today when it comes to the role of what closure should look into it. And across India, post-mining landscape possesses immense untapped potential, which like geological formation and mining heritage, water bodies created through pit lakes. We just saw how Jharkhand is kind of transforming the pit lakes into economic activity through fishery. Then we have this biodiversity regeneration zones. I think Navy is into it, and the industrial heritage structures which are already there, and unique socio-cultural narratives of the mining communities. So combining, if you combine everything, tourism offers a sustainable pathway to respond to these assets, but only if communities are prepared to lead and benefit from this transition. Today, tourism is all about experience. Those are the days when people used to go for sightseeing. But if you look at the trend has changed, and today people are traveling for experiences. So
it is quite important that we look into providing experiences which will be worthwhile and which will be unique and which can be used as a great marketing tool. Next. And as I said, the tourism is just not sightseeing or destinations, it's about people, skills and stories. And unlike capital intensive industries, tourism is labor intensive. In fact, it gives a lot of employment, and as per the study from Niti Aayog, an investment of rupees 10 lakh creates almost 70 jobs, which is highest for any sector. So tourism is quite labor intensive and it is locally rooted. And if you look at, there are so many opportunities that are available, like local guides and interpreters and homestay and micro entrepreneurs, especially for the women, transport providers and service staff, artisans, performers, storytellers, and women-led SSG groups. Again, this topped again in the survey today. So the minds, we all agree that the tourism will play a major role, especially when it comes to the economic activity beyond closure. However, as you see here, tourism does not automatically succeed. Untrained tourism leads to overwhelming experiences and unsustainable outcomes. So that is why in the Ministry of Tourism also, we have been looking continuously to upskill, reskill the stakeholders. And this is where the training and capacity building becomes a very critical bridge. Next. And if you look at, again, stressing on the ministry, we kind of strongly believe that infrastructure alone does not create destinations. People are very important, and our approach to post-mining tourism must therefore focus on these 4 pillars. The first one is skill development training. Communities which are going to transit out of mining require reskilling in tourism, and therefore they need to be trained in basic hospitality and visitor handling, guide training and interpretation skills, safety, hygiene and first aid, language and communication skill. Again, these are all soft skills, and entrepreneurship and financial literacy. And special focus must be given to youth and women, ensuring that tourism becomes a dignified livelihood rather than just a seasonal bag. So there are multiple schemes in the Ministry of Tourism which are aimed at capacity building, and we are also working with the related ministries of skill development for upskilling and reskilling the stakeholders in the tourism sector, covering most of these segments that are mentioned here. Next. And secondly is the building a tourism-ready communities. So once they come out of this mines, they need to be kind of also ready for tourism when these places are set and ready to receive tourism. And the training must just go beyond workshops. They need handholding and mentoring. This can be done through the NGOs and also the tourism and hospital-related institutions, exposure visits to successful models, access to certification recognition. Again, this will give credibility and authenticity and linkage with tour operators and platforms. This is quite important because when the rural tourism was introduced in India, at some point, many destinations rural tourism could not come up. The main reason was there was no proper linkage to the tour operators and platform. If we know a mine is in a major tourism circuit, it would become easy to integrate this as an experience, and it will become a sellable thing. It may be sometimes that the tourists wouldn't want to come just to a kind of a closed mine to experience something unless and until they are really interested. But then if this place, if you map it along with the important destinations or kind of tourist attraction, then it can be made as a side trip also, so that it can gain traction and people can visit. So the Ministry of Tourism has Institute of Hotel Management, it has the Indian Institute of Travel and Tourism Management, local training partners, and we also work with district administrations for this long-term capacity building. Recently, we have also launched programs called Paratan Didi and Paratan Mitra, where we are training the communities in the to be ready for the tourism schemes, and this could be also a part of the activities when we are planning for developing the closed mines. Next. And the third point is community ownership and narrative building. And it is very important that the post-mining tourism must avoid the trap of external control. Here, there should be a ownership. The community should run it all. If you look at the model in Kerala, where they have promoted rural tourism in a big way, there the Gram Sabhas play a major role. The whole experience and the thing is run by the villagers themselves, where the Gram Sabha decides what it has to be done and how to run it. So here the communities should be the custodian of local stories and heritage. They should be the decision makers in tourism development. It should not be that the money is plowed out of the local area and the money stays in the place where the tourism activity is happening, and there is need a linkage of tour operators and platforms. So mining like heritage museums, geoparks, eco trails and experience centers should reflect local voices, not just technical narratives. So this is something very important that we need to look up. Next. The fourth pillar is the convergence and partnership. Mine closure and tourism repurposing cannot operate in silos. Successful models require convergence between mining companies and CSR frameworks. I think we have some of the leaders and captains of the mining companies who can look up to this. And tourism department and training institutions, it's just not the Ministry of Tourism at the central level. States also have a major role when it comes to promoting the destinations, especially in the respective areas, along with the local district administration. This has also been dealt in other presentations, etc., where at local level there is a lot of inputs required, and we also require to work with the environment and forest authorities and local governments and the community organization. This is where I said tourism is just not the tourism ministry's business, it is everybody's business, and we need to work together and to synergize. And there is also a lot of scope when we work, and every department, every organization has some element where it can kind of, when it comes to synergize, the funding also quite becomes large. And thus, it is important that tourism should be embedded in the mine closure plant. I think the coal controller is already aware of this, and that is why it has been kind of mentioned in the presentation also, where tourism is an important part. So when tourism is included at a very early stage of closure, it becomes easy for planning and just not come as an afterthought after the other activities are started. Next. And the post-mining landscape can also become learning destinations for geotourism hubs, industrial heritage attractions, adventure and nature-based tourism zones, and educational destinations for students and researchers. And India, with its diversity and scale, has a potential to develop its own unique models rooted in sustainability, culture, and community well-being. Next. And see some of the case studies. If you look at this Zollverein coal mine in Germany, it is known for one of the most beautiful coal mines in the world, and it's again part of an UNESCO World Heritage Site where it is getting almost 1.5 million visitors. So the core visitor experience here is Path of Coal, tours, museum and design centers. Next. Next. Again, this Big Pit National Coal Museum in Wales, again it's a part of the UNESCO World Heritage Site and an important element of case study. At some point when we are developing tourism, it would be advisable also to visit these places by the planners and see how they have been successfully transforming their closure into an economic activity to tourism. Next. Next. And in our own country, it is not that tourism is new to mines. We have this North Murai Bisra coal mine where in Jharkhand, which has started India's first mining tourism projects. And there is a MOU between Jharkhand Tourism Development Corporation and Central Coalfields here. So we have examples already in India, so it is important to take it forward and scale it up. Next. Next. Similarly, this Savnair Eco Mine Park, again in Maharashtra, again one other pioneering eco-tourism destination developed in 2016. This is also one example, and in fact, this was praised by Honorable Prime Minister in his Mann Ki Baat also, and the Ministry of Coal as kind of showcase for national restoration. So, looking at the success of the existing units, it is suggested that, the new areas which are to be developed can be set up on these lines. Next. Thank you. Next. Yeah. So just to close, as we move forward, as we deliberate on policies and frameworks for mine closure, I would like to place 3 suggestions before the August gathering. Integrate tourism capacity building into mine closure guidelines. Allocate resources for community training alongside physical rehabilitation. And pilot post-mining tourism models with strong community participation. If done thoughtfully, post-mining tourism can offer something deeply meaningful, not just economic recovery, but identity, pride, and purpose for communities that have long powered the nation's growth. Yeah, next.
Sir,
And finally, I'm concluding that the journey from extraction to experience is not automatic. It requires the vision, patience, and people-centric planning. But when communities are trained, empowered, and interested, post-mining landscape can evolve into destinations of learning, remembrance, and renewal. So let us all ensure but the beginning of a sustainable, inclusive future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we are having next speaker as Mr. Devasis. He is from IDFC. He will be focusing on aligning mine closure with national development priorities. Please. You can take this.
Am I audible to everyone? Thank you. Yeah. So last speaker, I'm pressed for time as always. I will therefore focus only on 3 or 4 slides and certain thoughts which I have. And I was listening to the sessions yesterday and what the Honorable Minister Sir was saying, and also what Sajeesh Sir was saying in the morning today. Now, the first slide I want to focus on, let's just go next. I basically come, before the slide gets on, I basically come from an entity called IDEC and IDFC. We are advisors to various state governments, central government agencies for infrastructure projects. And one of the unique things that we are hard-pressed for in any infrastructure projects is land. And we've had to have that problem in all the projects. And if you see, this is just a slide that everyone is aware of, looking at 147 planned mine closures. And as Sajeesh was saying, we have about 500 odd mines which eventually will come for closure at some point of time in the next 10, 15 years, and new mines will come up. The idea that every mine closure could have to lead to something unique or could not be the same thing is something which needs to be thought about. As in, you will not be able to have eco parks everywhere, that's one idea. Okay? That's something which you need to think of, right? Go next. So in this slide, everything is something which is already covered at some point of time. I also want to highlight one word, which is asset monetization. There's huge land potential available in all these mine areas, which is something which the government in many projects is something which is scarce of in state government projects, central government projects. There is land available for something to be developed in these mine areas. Okay. Go next. So like I said, three key things in looking at infrastructure, what we probably do, is land, power, and water, leading to infrastructure, livelihood, and community. I think land is something which is a great resource which is available, and that needs to be planned for projects to be developed. Go next. I think this is something which Sajeesh already said in the morning. You have the Reclaim framework and the LIFE framework. My idea is also look at how to integrate other policies which can come in for developing projects in these repurposed areas. Go next. So this is a slide I want to spend time on. And if you look at the scenario today, these are all your stakeholders who are available in the mine closure repurposed area. You have the planners, you have the youth, you have the NGOs, you have the farmers, you have the labor associations, you have the developers who can come in and bring finances. Financing funding was something which we saw was one of the problems we saw. You have the Gram Panchayats, local communities, and you also have monies who can come in as part of CSR. And then you have the various central entities. Now, if you were to look at a mine area or the closed mine area that you're looking at as an economic zone, as a zone which is a much larger zone, and within that zone, you create pockets of infrastructure or pockets of community livelihood projects, pockets of social responsibility projects, pockets of environmental projects, and that is how the entire area could then be developed as an economic zone. I think to look at it, what to look at it from an individual aspect would be to only look at a small portion of it. If the entire zone is looked at from a master planning exercise and looked at saying, look, this is the entire, let's say 500 acres of land, hectares of land is available. And in this zone, there are communities surrounding at some point of time. There are water bodies which are available. There is a land parcel, there are forests which are available, and this entire zone could be master planned into a one unit, which could then look at from a perspective of, let's say, water, from a perspective of power, and the infrastructure required could then be planned together. That would lead to a economic zone perspective, which could be called as a social economic zone, it could be a special economic zone, and that's the idea which I'm just putting across, which can help in better asset monetization, better community livelihood benefits can come up as part of this. Yeah, go next. So and when you're looking at three entities, you're looking at the social part of it, you're looking at the infrastructure part of it, and you're looking at the allied part of it. There are schemes in Government of India and with the various state governments, which will help you align all those projects and the schemes together for better implementation. So as part of the social schemes, you have something called the National Livelihood Mission, which can come in. You have tourism, you have the SASKI scheme, or you have the Swadesh Darshan schemes, which can come in. You have the Bharat Health Mission. You have the natural farming scheme. So these are schemes available in the social sector from Government of India. The states will also have their schemes, which can dovetail into the overall area that you've planned in and for projects which can come up. Next. As part of the infrastructure missions, you have the Swachh Bharat mission, you have the Jal Jeevan mission as part of water. There's something called the Amrit Vikas for water bodies, which has recently come up for developing water bodies in the country. You have the Green India mission. This is something is wrongly put, but it's the Sadak Yojana, which is for roads. Again, look at a broad area of land as an economic zone and use these missions and the benefits of these missions for infrastructure and for social benefits to come in. Next. The last one is for the allied ones. When you look at in terms of agriculture, you look at environment, you look at skill development. We heard a lot of skill development programs and community development programs coming in. So this is also, these missions could be used to dovetail in the entire area that's being planned for the thing. Next. So this is just a broad slide I'm going to spend some time on. So how do you look at funding? So the first part is look at what is the kind of projects which can come in. And I think Suvikalp is a good idea of having what kind of projects which can come up as in these areas. Now, if you look at the entire area and you look at what are the funding available and what the schemes are available, I think there is a matrix which can be prepared in terms of looking at the various projects which can come up in sectors, whether it's social, environmental, or in terms of infrastructure, and in terms of asset monetization. That's the sector which is there. Second is the kind of schemes which is available in the sector, which is as part of central government scheme or the state government scheme. That's the second parameter. The third parameter is to look at funding. Now, there is funding available in pockets for all the projects which can come up, right? Now, if you look at the first part, and this says identifying the mining areas and looking at potential projects. Now, these projects could be tourism, could be aquaculture, could be something unique in terms of airports, could be something unique in terms of logistics parks, could be something in terms of cargo hubs. This could be the sector which the main key project is, and that's one. So identifying that area and identifying that project is key. Now you have, the second part is, once you have that project mapped in, you would need a study to be done, which is let's say a baseline study to be done or a DPR to be done, and to plan the entire master planning area to be, that's something which is second. And as part of that, you have various schemes. You have the mine closure fund schemes, you have the district mineral fund, you have the CSR scheme, monies coming in. These are one areas of monies which can come in, okay? Once you prioritize your projects in terms of the infrastructure projects and the social project and the community development project, you then look at what are the other schemes which can come in, as whether it's part of Government of India funding or whether it's kind of state government funding, and that's critical. Once your project parameters are finalized, you can then look at even private sector funding. The projects could be taken up under PPP, where private investment comes in, and even as part of PPP, you would have Government of India helping as part of the VGF grant, VGF scheme which is available. So that's something which is also available for a 40% capital expenditure is already put in as part of VGF. So that's something which is critical. And private investment can also come in as part of CSR or as pure private investment coming in as part of the project. So this is just to understand the element of the funding part of it. Apart from the schemes, national schemes which are there, you'll have public schemes which are the central and state government schemes, money is coming in, some benefits coming in as part of that. You will have green finance, which is an option, which Sajid was saying in the morning. Green finance is also an option for raising money for projects, and there could be through the Artha mechanism, could be green bonds as well. Statutory funds, which are already available as part of mine closure funds or district mineral funds, which are there. And the last bucket is the private capital coming in as part of PPP or CSR monies coming in for funding various projects. So just a broad idea of how the total project cost could be met. And these are, if you see the area, you're looking at 500 plus hectares, you're looking at 200 hectares. The areas are huge. The project sizes will be huge. The funding requirement will be huge. It will not be pockets of funding where small amounts of money is required. The funding will be huge. I think we were just seeing in the morning, we were looking at about 3,000 to 4,000 crores of funding coming in for projects being developed. So I think the mix, you have to have a mix of financing. The financing through, let's say, various state government schemes, through privatization, private investments, PPP, plus looking at mine closure funds and other funds which are available as part of the statutory funding. Next. Just one quick slide on looking at 2 minutes. Social infrastructure and supporting. What we mean by these, so these some of the sectors, some of this which you've already seen. Next. Yeah, this is my last slide. So you look at, the first idea is look at land repurposing, looking at asset monetization, financing mechanism. But the idea is, if you, like I was saying, if you bucket into 3 or 4 streams, saying these are the kind of projects based on the land, based on the surrounding situation, based on where it is in the state, where is it in the country, and what projects can be planned. That's the first part of it, the sectoral part of it. The second part is looking at the various schemes which are available for that kind of project. Where if it's a fisheries project, then you have what Sir was saying, you have the Matsya Sampada Yojana. If you have a water project, it could be some other scheme. Looking at the schemes, dovetailing the project with the scheme, and the third part of it is to look at the financing. How you look at financing, looking at the various financing options, and then marrying all the 3 together for a successful project. Next. I think that I'll end with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Now we request our moderator, sir, for the brief closing remarks, please.
हमारे रेस्पेक्टेड 4 वक्ताओं ने बहुत अच्छे सुझाव अपने रखे और सबसे कम समय मुझे दिया गया इसको समराइज करने के लिए। खामोशी ये बता रही थी कि आपने बहुत अच्छे से सुना और समझा, और दूसरा कारण यह भी है कि और कर भी क्या सकते। ओवरऑल सेशन से यदि हम आउटकम लेना चाहेंगे तो मैं 2 मिनट आपका लूँगा, जस्ट आपको रिफ्रेश करने के लिए नेक्स्ट सेशन के लिए, कि क्यों ये चैप्टर 2 दिन का जो सेमिनार चल रहा है ये क्यों इतना इम्पॉर्टेंट है और ये अभी ही क्यों इतना इम्पॉर्टेंट है। 2 छोटी सी मैं उद्धरण आपके बीच पेश करूँगा। एक बार क्या हुआ कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने 1991 मेरे साथ गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से लोग यहाँ उपस्थित हैं, सामने भी और हमारे स्टेज पर भी सहमति प्रदान करेंगे। ये चर्चा हुई कि वर्ल्ड बैंक से बहुत लोन लेने का उस समय था और इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट इंडिया में बहुत तेज़ी से बढ़ रहा था। तो ये हुआ कि भाई लोन तभी मिलेगा जब 1/3 भाग वो फॉरेस्ट कवर से आच्छादित हो। तो एक सर्वे हुआ। तो पहले जैसे अभी बताया जा रहा था कि बिफोर एंड आफ्टर दोनों का फोटोग्राफ्स आपको रखना है और तब आप उससे कंपेयर करिएगा। तो उस समय भी ऐसा ही हुआ। गूगल से एक लिया गया फ़ोटो, फिर 6 महीने के बाद में एक फ़ोटो लिया गया और उस 6 महीने के दरमियान ही बहुत सारे प्लांटेशंस एंड बहुत सारे एक्टिविटी किए गए और बड़ा ही इंकरेजिंग रिजल्ट आया। अचानक से 18% कवर फॉरेस्ट से इंडिया का ये बढ़ के 23% हो गया और उसके बाद लोग बहुत खुश हो गए। फिर हुआ कि ये क्या किया गया इस 6 महीने के दरमियानी, जिसको यदि और अगला 6 महीना कर दूं तो ये 30% हो जाएगा, और अगला 6 महीना कर दूं तो 33% हो जाएगा, और फिर हमको इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट के लिए लोन मिलना चालू हो जाएगा। फिर से उसी चीज़ को रिपीट किया गया, और जब फिर से डेटा लिया गया तो ये घट के फिर से 19% आ गया। तो अब बातें हुई कि ये बहुत पेड़ कटाई शायद हो रहा है, या कहीं हम लोग उस ओर नहीं जा पाए, और जब बात फाइनली ये रिसर्च में आई तो पता चला कि वो 6 महीने का समय गन्ने का समय था, शुगर केन का खेती का समय था, और उसने सैटेलाइट ने पूरा वो एज अ फॉरेस्ट कवर ले लिया। तो ये बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है हम लोगों को कि जो ये 2 दिन का ये कार्यकाल है सेमिनार को, उसको उस रूप में ग्रहण ना करें कि फिर बाद में जाके पता चला कि वहाँ तो गन्ना चूस के आ गए। सेकंड है, ये टाइम इसलिए मैं बता रहा था। दूसरा है कि क्यों कम्युनिटी डेवलपमेंट एंगेजमेंट को इतना फोकस दिया जा रहा है, इसको समझिए। उसी दरमियानी 94-95 के आसपास ST एंड SCs के उत्थान के लिए और उनके जीवन शैली को और ऊपर उठाने के लिए, कॉमन पीपल की तरह लाने के लिए एक सरकार ने एक योजना बनाई, और उसमें आया कि घर बनाए जाएंगे छोटे छोटे पक्के के, साथ में सड़क दी जाएगी, स्कूल दी जाएगी, पढ़ाया लिखाया जाएगा। और जब 6 महीने के बाद में फिर से सर्वे हुआ तो मालूम चला कोई भी उसमें घर में नहीं रह रहे। और जब बड़ा ही अच्छा उदाहरण है, जब रोड के ऊपर जब उस सर्वे टीम जब वो गुजर रही थी तो देखा उसने कि सारे जितने हमारे ST भाई बंधु हैं, ट्राइबल भाई बंधु हैं, वो सड़क के किनारे मिट्टी वाले पगडंडी पे चल रहे थे। तो जब उनसे पूछा गया तो बोला गया कि हम खाली पांव चलते हैं, यदि मिट्टी पे चलेंगे तो पैर नहीं चलेगा। आपने जो सड़क बना के दी है ये कंक्रीट की है, इस पर चलता हूँ तो पांव चलता है। तो इसीलिए ये कम्युनिटी इंगेजमेंट जो है ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। उनको क्या चाहिए, यदि उस हिसाब से हम लोग आगे माइंड क्लोजर में बढ़ेंगे तो बहुत फ़ायदा होगा। 4 लाइन में मैं समराइज करना चाहता हूँ आज के इस सेशन को। रीपर्पसिंग क्लोज माइंड का ये टेक्निकली फिजिबल है, फाइनेंशियली वायबल है और सोशली ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव है। ये चारों वक्ताओं से हमने सीखा। डाइवर्सिफिकेशन बियॉन्ड माइनिंग, जो आज तक हम लोग करते आए हैं केवल माइनिंग, ये बहुत ही जरूरी है और आने वाले समय के लिए ये अति आवश्यक। ये कैसे किया जाए, तो इसके लिए स्किल डेवलपमेंट, एग्रीकल्चर, एक्वाकल्चर, टूरिज्म और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, ये सारे को यदि मिला के एक सामंजस्य के तहत एक मॉडल हम तैयार करते हैं तो शायद इसमें हमें सक्सेस मिलेगा। कम्युनिटी पार्टिसिपेशन जैसा मैंने बताया, और इंस्टीट्यूशनल कोऑर्डिनेशन जैसा लास्ट वक्ता ने श्री देवाशीष ने बताया कि किस ढंग से दोनों मिलेगा तो ये एक सक्सेस की ओर ले जा सकता। और सस्टेनेबल माइंड क्लोजर जो है ये कैटलिस्ट का काम कर सकता हमारे भारत के लॉन्ग टर्म सोशियो इकोनॉमिक रीजनरेशन के लिए। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. I request our moderator, sir, to present the mementos to our speaker. To Dr. Usha Ganesh, please. To Mr. Ashish Kumar. To Mr. D. Venkatesan. To Mr. Debashish. Thank you, sirs. We request our CMD NLCIL, Sri Prasanna Kumar Motupalli, sir, to present a memento to our moderator, please. Let's give a huge round of applause to our moderator of the session. Thank you, sirs. We adjourn the session for the next. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the next session. The theme of the session, Driving Innovations and Technology in Mine Repurposing. The theme of the session is to explore the innovative approach and technological solution that enhance the sustainability and impact of mines repurposing. The theme means to showcase how advanced tools, strategies, and cutting-edge practice can transform dehydration, mines sites into productive landscape, supporting artificial intelligence and data center integrity. Now, we are honored to have with us Sri Sajesh Kumar N., Coal Controller Organization, Ministry of Coal, as the moderator. We request Sir to come onto the dais, please. We request our eminent speakers, Mr. Vishal Mehra, founder and partner, RICH, onto the dais, Mr. Saptak Josh, Center of Study of Science and Technology and Policy, onto the dais, Mr. Nitish Srivatsal, Senior Sector Specialist, onto the dais, Mr. Suresh Chandra Suman, Director Mines, NLCIL, onto the dais. Let's give a huge round of applause to the eminent speakers of this session. Now, we hand over the session to the moderator of this. Sir, please.
Hello. Hi, so let's start, yeah. So again, very warm welcome to all of you. So this session is about driving technology and innovations in mine closure and repurposing. We'll start with data center, then to the renewable energy, pump storage. These are only examples. There could be n number of other cases which you can take up. The idea is that these are the projects which are, in terms of the scale, pretty impactful, scalable, create some kind of economic development model. So we need to look at these as an isolated project. Instead of that, we need to integrate it with the entire regional development model. So that's the something which I would like to say at the outset. Now, I would invite Vishal. Vishal is an expert on data center. Why data center? Because all you know that India consumes about 20 to 25% of the global data. Whereas in terms of the indigenous capacity for data center, we just have about 2 to 3%. So there's a huge gap in terms of our requirement and in terms of the data that we use. So how do we mitigate that? Vishal, the pointers for you would be that they are all the practitioners. They will be looking up to implement this project at the ground level. So how do you actually projectivize some of these projects, make it much more financially feasible for them to take up, and what kind of the technology support they would be requiring for specific mine site, and then how do you scale it up? And that's what I would like you to kind of ponder
on. Distinguished guests and co-speakers, very good afternoon to everyone. Am I audible? Excuse me for my bad throat, but I'll try and be as good as possible. So the topic for today is it's about mine repurposing, and we're talking about mines to megabytes. So I was told mines to megabyte. Immediately the thing that came to me was we're not talking about megabytes here. We're talking about megawatts and all the way to gigawatts. So can we move on to the next one? So I'll give you a brief background about myself quickly. About 20 years of experience in industrial infrastructure, in SEZs, developing SEZs, in data centers, and in commercial real estate. Over the last 5 years, I used to head a company called Uptime, and we were based out of the US. And like how NLC is the god of, when it comes to mining, we were gods of data centers. There is no one bigger and better than us when it comes to data centers. So we've done a considerable amount of projects in India and in SAARC as well. And we would like to carry this experience and drive innovation in this project here at Navy. We want to explore this opportunity. So I'm going to talk about the global landscape, the landscape of India, We're going to talk about, how we could look at repurposing the mines at Neyveli and other locations. We would also talk about the global best practices, and we'll talk about the challenges, the USPs of the locations, and the outcomes. So, I don't know how many of you are technically aware about what is a data center. Data center is just a standard building, but it's slightly more complex. I was told by someone when I started working on data centers that the most complex engineering project is maybe a thermal power station or a nuclear submarine. But trust me, data centers are equally, very aggressively and uniquely competitive when it comes to these kind of technical projects. They're power guzzlers, actually. So it's a building which is comprises of IT and non-IT components. When it comes to IT, you're talking about racks and servers. I'm going to go slightly more detail in this so that you exactly know what we're saying. When we talk about non-IT infrastructure, we're talking about the backbone of IT. If the non-IT is not active, then obviously IT is of no use. So when we talk about non-IT, we're talking right from transformers to to the UPSs. So the global landscape here we are talking about, by 2030, we're looking at close to about 100 gigawatt of installed capacities, which is going to be a humongous task. And in order for that, we need about investment about $3 trillion. I mean, this has already been committed. I mean, over the last 1 week at Bharat Mandapam, if you've noticed, there has been a huge commitment by not hyperscalers, by co-location players. So, and India has been, as Sajeesh sir was saying, that India's consumption has gone really up. But due to, over the last 6 years, we've seen a huge influx in developing indigenous data centers, which is why a lot of developers, real estate developers have got into this business. We are moving at a slightly fast pace. We are running at about 14% CAGR every year. I'm told that we might also exceed close to about 20% in the next 4 or 5 years. We might reach that level. Everyone is talking about AI, artificial intelligence. It's going to be a huge, there's going to be a huge requirement when it comes to AI. So the rack space has also gone up. Earlier we used to consume 4 kilowatt per rack, but now everyone is talking about 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 kilowatt per racks. So, and this is all driven by AI. Quickly, I'm going to sum up about India. We are the 7th largest country. We have a population of 1.46 billion now. Under the current governance, we've become the 4th largest economy with $4.2 trillion of GDP. And the most important thing that you see here is that our purchasing power is really increasing. I'll tell you how this is going to affect us in data centers. We have something, we are heavily investing in manufacturing and in IT as well. And also we've learned that the smart city missions also have been aggressively driven by both central and state ministries. So over the last 6 years, 7 years, if you've seen, there's been a huge transformation of installed capacity. In 2019, we were just about 350 megawatt with about 60, 70 data centers in India, which has now gone up, aggressively to about 1 gigawatt with about 150 data centers in India. We are expecting that this demand will rise, especially also because of AI. And we're looking at about anywhere with a consumption of about 4 to 8 gigawatts in the next 3 or 4 years. So the key drivers for data center business have been AI, cloud adoptions, and the localization policies. I'm going to talk about policies quickly here. Unlike other industries or sectors like the airports or BFSI, data center is not very regulated. We have spoken to the ministries and we've passed on our recommendations about how to, give this sector national recognition, because this is very important, and a lot of lives are dependent right now on these on generating data center projects. Mumbai, followed by Chennai, has been the two bigger locations, when it comes to deploying data center assets. the bigger funds, the international funds, the real estate developers, they find these two locations as unique locations because of submarine sea landing cables. So very close to navally, about 150 kilometers from here is Kanchipuram, which has been also recognized as a data center hub. And we were exploring a project in Tuticorin about 6 months back, which is about 400, 500 kilometers from here, in a very similar situation what Neyveli is today, right? Because there is a good amount of solar power available, there is good wind energy available, and huge tracts of land available. But what was not available there was technical resources. So I'm going to move on to that. So this is the kind of investment that has been committed over the last 1 week itself. We're talking about almost $200 billion, and out of this, we've already worked with 3 companies, which is Adani, L&T, and Yota. Yota is a subsidiary of Hirandani Group, if you all know, right? So, yeah, please. Oh, the next slide. Yeah. So the Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman ma'am, has already passed the Data Center Protection Act bill, right? Which says that all the financial transactions need to be stored in India now, going forward. Which is why also there's a huge influx in developing data centers, not just by the state, but also by national data centers also being developed. Now, the scene out here is that there are about 10,786 departments in government. Now imagine if all those government department records are to be digitized. Only one can imagine the amount of space that will require. And when we have, land is obviously being scarce, and when we talk about land, there are litigations in land, and there's occupancy hazards in the land. There are technical reasons, why we can't use those land to develop data centers. So when we have Neyveli, I'm only talking about Neyveli right now because I haven't explored the other mines. And today morning also I've had a chance to have a look at the couple of sites, for developing data centers. So these laws and bylaws which are, talked in the ministries, right? When they get regulated, there's going to be a huge influx in demand. The top 7 states we've already spoken about, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Bangalore, Chennai, UP. So NCR has been also a very big region, driver for data center business. Can you go to the next slide? Quickly talking about sustainability, India is ranking actually 3rd. It's not the great news, but yeah, we are 3rd in the greenhouse emissions, right? So it's making national sustainability a huge challenge for India. There are obviously some government initiatives which have been taken that we have to be net zero by 2070, and obviously every speaker here and every distinguished person out here is also talking about sustainability here. We have to have clean initiative drivers for making sure that our livelihoods are taken care of for the next generations to come. We have currently 160 gigawatt of solar power installed. Now, the reason for me to go and have a site visit today was that, getting data centers, developing data centers is not the real challenge, but making it sustainable is the biggest task today. If you go back to US or some parts of Europe, all the data centers that are developed by Amazon or Google, they're all horizontal developments, right? A ground plus one kind of a model. Whereas in India, it's exactly opposite. Because of lack of space and because of the pricing, all the data center projects are going vertical. This is creating a huge challenge because the land prices are really going up. Now, with so much of unutilized land lying with Ministry of Coal, this gives us a huge opportunity to not just install data center projects, but also make it sustainable by taking green initiatives like installing solar power panels or using the green energy around. Yeah. So I've created a model, a smart city model here. We've created some smart cities in the past. So I just want to depict. This is extracted from Google. Maybe we could look at a Neyveli smart city model here with so much of huge we're talking about making it energy efficient, environment and smart city. There's some components that we have. So everyone was talking about inclusive growth, right, and development. I mean, if we have something like this and so much area to be developed, I mean, we have to look at sustainability models. So it's a proposed mix that we have, that we created. You know, everyone, all the speakers in the past, as in yesterday and today also, we're talking about, you know, what all features we could bring in navally or the coal mines. Yeah. Move ahead. Yeah. So when we're talking about developing data centers, there is a certain approach that we have to look at, you know. So there are some feasibility studies that we have to look at. We have to look at the site location risk assessment. We have to talk about the power feasibilities. We have to look at the optic fibers available around. Clean water availability is also extremely important. Yeah. So I was talking about, regulations in the country. So we've heard of ISO certifications. Likewise, when you want to develop data centers, there are tier standards and certifications that one has to follow. You all must have had everyone has an Aadhaar card here. You know, we've done projects for the Aadhaar card. The UIDI data centers are developed by us. The PAN card data center is done by us. And they all are certified, you know. So there are 4 classifications of tiers, standards. So generally in India, the most acceptable standard is tier 3, which is concurrently maintainable. So when we say concurrently maintainable, that means there are redundant components of every IT and non-IT product. And there are 3 levels: design, build, and operations. So once the design is ready and it's certified, you move on to build on the design that you've created. And lastly, the operations. So once you've designed well and you build well, you also have to make sure that it's operationally more sustainable. So these are some of the recommendations, unbiased recommendations that we have also,
Vishal, if you can.
Yes, quickly.
A little faster.
So the biggest challenge that we're facing in the data center business is that, the technical resources, everyone is talking about scaling India. The biggest challenge that we face here is that there are very few technical resources available to develop data center projects. We will have to look at training them. I mean, there were ITIs, people talking about ITIs, but we have seen that, there's huge gap between the demand and supply of technical resources in the data center business. So, especially Coal India, power has been the biggest challenge. Now with Coal India coming into this kind of model in business data centers, we are very relieved that power not be a major hassle for us, right? With Coal India and all the defunct mines, we'll obviously look at large tracts of land which are clear, marketable, and we could look at some sort of revenue sharing model with the ministry, right? Where no upfront charges have to be paid, and it could be a long-term engagement of 30 to 99 years approximately. Now, what is the dependencies? Yeah, quickly. There's some of the clients that you've worked in the past, right? Yeah. Right. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Vishal. I will take just 2 minutes to drive this particular point. If you look at, like Vishal said, the data centers are actually measured in terms of not in megabytes, but in megawatt. There's a reason for that. If you look at the 4 hardcore infrastructure which is required for the data center is the land, the power, and then you need some kind of a network connectivity. And 4th, which is important, is the skilled people, right? Now, when you look at or imagine for your coal mines, there are 2 or 3 factors where you have the advantage. You have land in plenty at a cheap rate. Because in terms of the scale, the biggest data center in India is about 50 megawatt, right? In terms of the capacity, and now they are going to upscale that to say 250 megawatt. So you have the land where you can really think in terms of the scale. Then comes the power supply. Like Vishal was mentioning about the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4. Now you have actually the mine as actually a tier 3 power infrastructure already available. What you really need is actually some kind of a power backup. Thereby it becomes the tier 4 data center with about 99.2, 99.3% of the redundancy. So you have these 2 advantages, and then most of your places have actually the network connectivity. Now the challenges for you is basically the location, the advantage, but at the same time it's the disadvantage. And again, how do you actually projectivize it? What kind of a financial structuring model you can have? Could that be an EPC model? That could be a public-private partnership where somebody comes and then set it up, and then they take up the responsibility of actually running it and revenue sharing with you. So you need to have, whether it's a co-location model or a hyperscaler, these are the jargons used. But what you have here is actually an idea about how this can be done, and this has been successfully done. Not that everybody has to really go for the data centers. At least if you can set up in places where it is, closer to city, where the land is an advantage, where you have the network connection, where you have the advantage of actually skilled labor, can we demonstrate 1 or 2 projects? That's the challenge. Now, I have actually with me Saptak. Saptak, considering that we have an idea about what data center is, what are the infrastructure requirement for that. What I would like you to drive on is, or the kind of the challenges which you may probably encounter in the mining sector, and how do we address those?
Is this on? Yeah. Good morning, and thank you, Sadish sir, for the introduction to the entire data center, and thank you, Mr. Vishal, for giving us a brief overview of what it requires. So I just want to mention at the outset that I do not come from the world of coal. I have my esteemed colleagues across GIZ and the others who are doing a very good job of understanding the whole just transition process and mine repurposing process. I come from the world of a think tank where my expertise lies in physics, chemistry, and math. And we try to use these 3 subjects and delve deep into technology and innovation. So when Abhinav from GIZ called me and entrusted C-STEP with the responsibility of trying to see if data centers can make sense in the form of coal mines, we were extremely grateful for having trusted us, because it makes us very happy that in an August gathering like this, we are able to present some of our work. And here, what we try to do is, because we're in Neyveli, we delved deep into the geology and hydrology of Neyveli itself to see if data centers can be piloted here. And next slide, please. So before we get into that, we need to provide a brief overview of Neyveli, how it actually formed. In the Miocene and the Pliocene era, like 2.5 to 25 million years ago, the ocean, the rivers, the swamps, they all went back and forth, and God's gift to India came in the form of this beautiful lignite deposit. However, it came with these aquifers, because when water comes, you have the unconfined aquifer on the top, you have the semi-confined with clay and lignite separating the two, and you have the confined aquifer at tremendous pressures. So every time you need to extract lignite out, sometimes you have to even pump out 13 tons of water. And the beauty is that you have so much of water also, not just land, sir, but you have so much of water available to you. And once these mines close, as God's gift, as I said, you have to utilize it in a sustainable manner. So once these mines close, these pits typically fill up with groundwater. Germany, Lusatia district has shown that you can have beautiful pit lakes. And while fish is a great thing to do, what else can we do? And this is where, next slide please. So this image was just brought up to you. The lignite may be there, but it's 60 square kilometers of land here, almost, with 8 to 25 meters of lignite and an overburden of 45 to 100 meters. Now, why I'm saying this is when we do some basic calculations, these numbers will make a lot of difference. Right. So I'm not going to get into deep physics and math. I'm just going to do some basic for you to understand and imagine the possibility. If you think that only 50 meters of this overhang which has been taken out fills up with water, then you have roughly 3 billion cubic meters available, of which we say, just imagine 20% is used for repurposing in the form of a data center. So we have around 0.6 billion cubic meters of water. As was mentioned earlier, data centers have, but just by a show of hands, how many of you in your engineering or other days were engaged in gaming? So you would have realized that when you play these games, your CPU gets tremendously hot, and then you need to have a cooling mechanism. Similarly, data centers, 20 to 30% of their power consumption goes into cooling. Now we are trying different technologies to ensure that it is lesser, but there is a very important metric here known as the power usage effectiveness, which means that if you are expending X amount of energy just for the IT operations, what are the overheads for cooling, for lighting, etc.? And the average PUE across data centers today is 1.5 to 1.6, whereas we need it to be as close to 1 to make it more efficient. And this is where water plays a very, very important role. Why? Now you take that 0.6 cubic million meters of water, and you see that the heat removing capacity in specific physics terms, the specific heat capacity of water is around 4,200 joules per kilogram degree centigrade. And Tamil Nadu, especially Neyveli, at these depths, 50 to 100 meters, you have water throughout the year stable between 26 to 30 degrees centigrade. So if you allow that water to cool your data centers and allow only 5-degree rise every time the water is taken into heat exchangers, passes through the data centers which are tremendously hot, and removes 5 degrees centigrade by getting hot, it can take out 3490 gigawatt hours. I agree we spoke about megawatts and gigawatts, but in terms of pure energy, it is gigawatt hours. What this translates to, because data centers need to work 24/7, you cannot have a single microsecond or millisecond of failure with the redundancy thing that you talked about. What this translates to, in the next slide, is that the data center requires 8.76 gigawatt hour per megawatt. In that, in Neyveli, if you use 20% of the water that is there in the pits, that translates to a 400 megawatt hyperscale AI cluster that you can put in right here. So you can have 6,700 racks of 60 kilowatt each per rack with 53,600 GPUs, which makes it already the biggest AI cluster in India. So what that means essentially is, in terms of, so typically, as you can see, water is a biggest advantage. It has 4 times the capacity of taking out heat than air-cooled data centers, and the water is in a closed loop, so it doesn't go away. Whereas in air-cooled data centers, you need water which starts evaporating, and it's a very intensive and non-sustainable process. In terms of pure money, a 400 megawatt data center would cost you roughly 20,000 crores. Next slide. But here, you need, instead of 200 megawatts of cooling from air, you need only 40 megawatts because of the PUE of only 1.1. What that means is, just in electricity terms, you can save 840 crores annually. In terms of annual costs, it is this much, but in terms of capex, you save roughly 20% of your capex by using whatever you have here, just from the water perspective. Now you also have a 3.3 gigawatt thermal plant here. You have the entire infrastructure of your substation, your wires, everything here. So you don't need to create additional infrastructure. You use whatever is here. So that also accrues in terms of savings. I do not know the number for that because we have not done the math, but roughly on that 20,000 crores, you can save at least 2,000 crores. Just in capex, and in opex, you can save more than 1,100 crores. This also helps you in making sure that you have 400 to 600 direct jobs created here and around 1,100 ancillary jobs with all of the support that is required for data centers in just 20% of the water when it happens. This is not a novel concept because you have already submerged data centers. This is the Microsoft Natick project, which they did in California and in some random place called Orkney in Scotland. So this, they put 36 meters below the sea level, and they found out that the PUE is less than 1.1 in China especially. China has put it in the Hainan province, and they have already put roughly 2 modules of 400 servers each, and they want to put 100 more, and the results are astounding. Now, the beauty of Neyveli is it doesn't have to deal with the corrosive nature of sea, but it has to deal with what the water contains here. And while basic math and physics and chemistry works to explain a concept, it doesn't work when it comes to actual engineering. So now imagine that NLC decides that, okay, we have diversified into renewables, why don't we diversify into data centers as well? So what we need to do is then all of this basic math goes out of the window, because now we are dealing with Artesian pressure. And history and trends have shown that water under severe pressure tends to not obey normal physics. It tends to destroy. So we need to understand that what is the water doing below. So there are technologia, mod flow and all of these, which allowed us to simulate at a granular level what the water is doing, the physico-chemical characteristics, because there might not be corrosion, but there might be stuff inside the water which might impact the cases of the data centers. So we need to understand that. We also need to understand the topography, because I took 0.6 cubic million at just the excavated site, but as you can see from the DSM, the geological surface model is very complex. So we need to have proper mapping done to understand what is the depth, which are the locations where the data centers can be submerged without being subjected to pressure. We also need to say that even though Neyveli is a bit far, 300 kilometers from Chennai, the latency loss, even with an extra dark fiber, is only 3 to 4 milliseconds. So the amount of money that you're saving, you can invest a little bit in a dark fiber to set up to these things, to the nearest load center. And because of this possibility, we know you cannot just put data centers in every location in India. You need to have a side-by-side analysis of where the feasibility exists, where the data center demand makes sense to the nearest loads, and where it is technically feasible. And based on that, however, I want to again reiterate that if 20% of Neyveli's water can be done, we can have a hyperscale AI cluster. Now imagine all the other open cast excavations that are happening. What happens then? What happens to the idea that India's 9 gigawatt worth of demand from data centers by 2030, how much can a coal mine help there? I will end my presentation there, and I will look forward to questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Saptak, and that was pretty insightful. So the basic idea is, if you're actually setting up the data centers in your mind, so there's a possibility of, we did this kind of a calculation, there's a possibility of about 40% of the capital cost reduction. And if you look at the average cost of about 55, 60 crores per megawatt for data center, and that 40% means a lot. And we look at actually the revenue side, even at the 75% of the capacity of your data centers, you can earn something like 50 to 55 crores per annum. If it's not for the Googles or others, even to set up the secondary and the tertiary capacity, at these second tier and third tier cities or mining locations, still it's explorable. There's a potential. And I know that there is a great challenge, but this is for us to kind of put our minds into this, get the experts together, and do a proper project structuring so that it becomes financially viable. Now,
I'd just like to quickly add something to this. Location plays a big role where we want to deploy our data centers. Chennai versus Sweden, for example. Sweden is a colder country, so what you can do is when you put air-cooled chillers, you take the outside temperature, the outside air to cool your data centers, right? So that's how your PUE comes down. Just wanted to point that out.
it's complex, complicated, but it's pretty doable. If we can, think in terms of creating 1 or 2 projects, then I think it becomes easy. And what Vishal is also talking about is actually the scale. There's a lot of data center gap in India. That's about 97%. So if these decold areas can be actually used as the data centers, and in city, if you look at most of these data centers, they are actually set up in the cities. Now the problem about the city is that the people are not actually amenable to these ideas of setting data centers. So this needs to be a little away from the cities. Now, when you are in a mining area, can we scale up in terms of the area? That's the challenge we should face, and we should be addressing that. Now, I would request Nishish, I know that you are a renewable energy expert. They do a lot of renewable energy intervention from solar and other things. When you look at China, when they set up the solar plants, it's of 500 megawatt to 650 megawatt, catering to the whole district or the city, to 1 million people. How do we scale up some of these initiatives which have been done in piecemeals in every part of our mines in terms of the renewable, solar, wind energy, and pump storage and other things? So, Nishit, you have 10, 11 minutes if you can stick to that.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Maybe before getting into the presentation, let me have a small exercise. Just wanted to understand, I think it has been mentioned that stakeholder mapping is important. So I just wanted to understand from you, how many of you sitting here are engineers? Can you raise your hands, please? Oh my God, 80%. How many of you are from commercial sector, like commerce or finance sector? Oh my God, 5%. How many of you are from social sector, environmental sector? Still 5%, great. Anything which I have missed out? IT, okay, great. Planners, wow, that's great. So, before starting my presentation, I just wanted to share a small thought that we were talking about data centers and all, but how to power those data centers? You need power. And then it was mentioned about, Sir had also mentioned about renewables. Solar and wind is now the new buzzword everywhere. But have you ever thought of when sun is not shining, when the wind is not blowing, how to get the power? The sun doesn't know when you need the power. The wind doesn't know when you need the power, but sometimes these things happen. And this is something, a challenging prospect, which our grid ecosystem is going through. So now getting into the topic, I am Nishit Srivastava. I work with a German development bank. In the morning, when Abhinav was presenting his presentation, at the last slide, there was something which was asked, what you as a stakeholder require. And I think in that last slide, funding, finance, that was mentioned a couple of times. So I come from a domain of a development bank, and I would like to take you through a journey, how a development bank can support mine owners or relevant stakeholders to diversify their business models. Next slide, please. Sure. So I have three main topics to discuss or to share with you. First is business model. Second is technical options and opportunities. What can you think onto the table? And the third point is finance. What I can bring onto your table for you, or what a finance community can bring onto the table for you. Sure. So again, I like to connect the things a lot. So again, Mr. Kumar had mentioned, or right now also he had mentioned that land, power infrastructure, that is grid connection, skill set are the pre-amount things which is required. And there are various studies which has been done by different stakeholders or think tanks. And every study mentions that why the projects are delayed in India. One is land, second is power infrastructure, and third is maybe quality of labor. That's why the asset quality is not good. And something which you bring onto the table is that you have all these things. You have abundant mines, which is land, you have enabling infrastructure, you have already built roads, railway infrastructure, and you have workforce, 90% engineers, 5% finance, 5% from environment, and planners and other, even from IT side also. So these are something which you need to thought of and you need to be proud of. Now, for your journey, you are transforming from initially you were providing fuel to the power plant generators. Now just think of when you provide or you become power generators, what sort of business models can come up? And I was doing some studies, or as per our international experience and exposure also, we thought out what kind of opportunities are there. And we saw that basically from a general side, the opportunities which can be thought from internationally what has been discussed about. Let's not think about are these commercially viable, technically viable or feasible. But one is energy storage systems. We have different kind of technologies. Wind and solar is very straightforward. But in future, you need pump storage systems, you need battery storage systems. This is something which grid requires. This is also something which India requires in terms of grid stability. There is also something called waste disposal. I'll say waste disposal and management. India wants to develop by 2047, and by 2047, we need to have 100 gigawatts of nuclear. So maybe if we start planning ahead, what kind of a waste and how the waste can be disposed of, this is also something which, as a mine owner, you can think of. Because I think Kumar sir had also said that think beyond coal mine transition and closure. So apart from that, ecological restoration, this has been discussed from a day or so. I'll not get into it. Then carbon dioxide sequestration. I think again, there are other buzzwords which are coming up, net zero by 2070. But what is net zero? At the end, somewhere we have to dispose of our carbon dioxide. Can that disposition can happen in your site? I think this is also something, food for thought, which you can think of. Now, I will try to bring the journey back only onto the energy sector or power sector. If you think for power sector, right now, in your mines, you can install photovoltaic systems. I think next speaker from NLC will be sharing their experience and expertise. And this is one of the tried and tested method, and it is giving good results. Apart from photovoltaic systems, can we have wind installations in your region? Maybe we can thought of. Then this is a technology which is one of the most mature technology, which is called pump storage technology. As of now, it's a crying child or a crying baby because it is required, but because of certain reasons, people are not getting into it. But you being PSUs, and in future, can you support government in balancing of power? This is a technical word which I'll try to explain in the next slide, but balancing of power is also something which will be required for the future grid because 90% of you are engineers. There pump storage can play a key role. Then pump storage is an electromechanical system. Then we also have electrochemical systems, which is battery storage. And there, basically, we are charging batteries by lithium-ion chemistry. Can these elements also play a role? And just think of, if we make a khichdi of it, we can have solar, wind, pump storage, battery storage all together. Can we think of a system in your minds? Again, I said that from a technical side, the project has to be technically viable, but from a commercial side, a project also have to be commercially viable. And then there was environmental people also. Environmentally and socially also, project needs to move ahead. Until that green signal doesn't come, it's difficult to move ahead. Then there are certain regulatory interventions, there are certain policies. Electricity is a subject of state as well as center, so alignment is required. And then we also have to think for medium-term trajectory to short-term trajectory to a long-term trajectory. So it doesn't mean that every solution which is today commercially viable would be in future also commercially viable, but how and where the country wants to grow, these all things should also be taken care of. Something, again, which I also want to, something which also I want to mention is that there is geopolitical aspect also which needs to be thought of. These days, this is also a new buzzword. Because of Trump, things are changing. Now, Now, straight away getting into the presentation and sharing the key parts. The location where we are standing here, in this region, if a pump storage project is installed, I think we have seen and we have studied some locations. We found that a pump storage project consists of a water where you have two reservoirs, a upper reservoir and a lower reservoir, and if a head of 100 meters can be developed, then a pump storage system for 2, 4, and 6 hours of battery storage can work out. So here we did some calculations and studies. We found out that you have a head of 130 to 140 meters where a pump storage project of 100 to 150 megawatts can be installed. Next slide, please. And with that, there was also a discussion about water. If 1.3 million cubic meter of water to 3 million cubic water can be used, and if the storage projects can be developed, then a pump storage project in a range of 700 to 900 crores would be coming up with an expected cost of tariff 6 rupees per unit or more than 6 rupees per unit. But the biggest challenge in this developmental field or these projects are managing the timelines. These projects takes minimum 5 years to 10 years to develop. But once they are developed, they become an asset for you. In general, these projects work for 40 years, but with limited operation and maintenance, they can work for 100 years. And you have all the positive aspects. There are all technical people sitting here. There are all commercial people sitting here. You can make these projects viable. Now, very shortly connecting the things. So very shortly connecting the things, there is always a challenge between battery storage systems and pump storage systems. Battery storage system is a new kid on the block, which is gaining its popularity. The government of India, as of now in India, around 7 to 9 gigawatts of pump storage systems has been installed, while in battery storage systems, it's only 1 gigawatt which has been installed. That's the first thing. But when we talk about battery storage systems, you also think of supply chain. The supply chain for battery storage systems, lithium and everything, or batteries, are coming from other geography. While we talk about pump storage systems, we have our own Indian companies, we have all Indian machineries, so they can be produced and made in India. That's the first thing. Secondly, the asset life, the pump storage system can work for minimum 40 years up to 100 years, while a battery storage system will only work for 10 years, and after that you have to replace. So all these things, a cost has to be thought of in a holistical manner. This is where your...
Nishid, if you can conclude in 1 minute.
Okay. So that's a tough time, but yes, you have to complete the project in a timeline, so I'll try to do that. So in that aspect, I will be the last point would be, as of now, it has been mentioned that by 2032, around 3 lakh crores of investment would be required in storage system, which includes battery storage as well as pump storage. And then when we talk about this investment, there comes a development bank. We are a German-owned government development bank offering soft and concessional loans on a government-to-government basis. Soft and concessional loans are loans which are below market rate. Next. Which are below market rate, but to get these loans, you need to develop DPRs as per international standards. You need to have environment and social aspects done in a right manner. And to develop these DPRs, we are also there to support you. So I'll stop here and then thank you.
Thank you, Nishid. So next we have Suresh Suman. So in this context, if you can actually, explain to the audience the kind of renewable energy initiatives you are taking up in Neyveli Lignite Corporation. Since you are the host, I can take the liberty to kind of conclude, in 10 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Actually, yesterday my CMD started with that we are igniting the power plants. So now I will be talking about brightening the reclaimed land. First two speakers, they talked about how mine areas are suitable for data center Then third speaker from KFW, he said that for providing the power, sustainable power, mines are suitable for PSP as well as battery storage. For getting the power to battery storage or to PSP, how we can generate power by utilizing the reclaimed land. So I'll be talking more about the case study of our lignite mines. I think some of our friends will be visiting today who have come from different parts of the country. So content will be India's energy transition, then opportunity, how we can use the reclaimed land as renewable hub, how we did it happen in NLC, that would be the next discussion point, then what enabled the success, and what are the challenges we observed, that I will be saying about. Then scalability and integration with the storage technology and way forward, then support required from the government for making it happen. Already it has been discussed that present solar capacity is around 160 gigawatt, and within 5 years, that is by 2030, we have to make it 500 gigawatts. So we require a lot of land. And land is a scarce commodity, so we can utilize the reclaimed land. Next. The opportunity what we grabbed and what we can grab is global potential of putting solar is 300 gigawatt across the world, and in India itself some study has been carried out and it has been said that we can put to the extent of 27 gigawatt of solar panel in reclaimed land. Next. So our mine 2, what we have established of 50 megawatt is the India's first of that scale solar plant, which has been successfully established and generating power in from the reclaimed land. Next. So this power plant, you can see the landscape. One side is reclaimed area, another side is mines area, and we took 216 acres of land and we developed it for generating the power. I'm thankful to PVD team. PVD is here. He took lot of efforts in making it happen and preparing the feasibility report. And it will be generating around 120 million unit of power every year. And it will will be able to reduce the CO2 emission by the extent of 82,949 ton. Next. I tried to bring some parity of cost comparison. We took 30% equity and 70% loan. By that way, we are getting the tariff of 2 rupees 30 paisa. If you could invest only 20% equity, this power tariff can go further below. I would like to bring the power tariff, what we are getting from different renewable energy projects. For wind 51 megawatt, we are getting the tariff of 3 rupees 51 paisa. Solar 10 megawatt, which has been established in 2015. So that time solar power installation cost was high, so we were getting, we could get PPA with 7 rupees 1 paisa. Solar 130 megawatt, what we could establish in 2017 and 18, 4 rupees 50 paisa. Thereafter another plant, 4 rupees 41 paisa. Slowly it got reduced, and solar 500 megawatt we got at 3 rupees 5 paisa. Solar rooftop, what has been inaugurated yesterday, will be getting 3 rupees 13 paisa. And solar Andaman, because a lot of rains there, we are getting 6 rupees 99 paisa. And solar 709 megawatt, which is the last project, we got 3 rupees 47 paisa. So if you compare with all the plants, 2 rupees 30 paisa is very, very competitive rate. Next. So what enabled the success? Actually, there is revision in mine closure guideline, where it has been empowered that reclaimed land can be used for putting the solar panels. So that is the biggest enablement, and we are thankful to Ministry of Coal for granting this kind of permission. Then we are putting the plants, so any electrical installation in the mines area requires DGMS approval. And for establishing any power unit, we require the approval from Central Electricity Authority. So these are the regulatory support. Detailed soil and settlement studies before putting the plant, we have to see by doing the soil investigation. And OB dump stabilization and debris removal, because during putting the OB, we have to take some initial precautions so that little hindrance will be there while we will be preparing the land. Then a strong EPC execution, that is very, very important. If you will not identify good contractor, it would be difficult to complete the task in the time. Next. So challenges, what we observed is wide formation within the dumps. Since dumps were old, so somewhere depression has happened. So we have to again have to carry out some filling operations. So again, OB has to be brought from the mines area, and we filled those voids. Site preparation cost was higher because we are doing the mining through bucket wheel excavator and conveyor. So as a undesirable material, iron pieces and built material will be there. So while doing the putting the bore wells for the installation of the panel, multiple times iron pieces and built conveyors intercepted, so it was taking time. Then foreign materials also, like iron and built pieces, what I said. And high preparation cost means we have to again level the land. We have to see that water should not store. We have to make the drain, etc. So those were the initial hindrances. Next. Now we can see that depending upon the land availability, we can do different level of solar panel installations. So mid scale is 5 megawatt to 50 megawatt. Mega scale, if land availability is more, we can do power plant more than 100 megawatt. And next, what esteemed speaker has said, solar is available, so we can put battery storage system so that around the clock power will be available. And another opportunity for the company like us is bundling the power with the thermal assets. So when power demand is more, we can bundle this power with the thermal generation. Next. So way forward is integrate RE planning at mine planning stage itself. We can see that during preparation of mining plan and mine closure plan, how we will be landscaping the mine after OB filling. Second is a standard geotechnical protocol should be followed. Next is we can develop hybrid renewable energy cluster. That means we should, right at the beginning, we should plan that where will we putting solar panels, where will we putting battery storage. If there is any opportunity for pump storage, that also to be looked into. And then a structured commercial model and market linkage, because power generation is not enough. You have to see that power should be sold. So who will be the consumer with whom you have to tie up the power? That is also important. And we have to see the viability, whether there is market, there are buyers to buy that power or not. Next. So support required from the government. There are two supports. What I could envisage, that grid prioritization should be there for the solar power, which will be generated from the reclaimed land. So companies, coal companies or mining companies should look forward, and they will be enabled. And second is evacuation assurance also. So whatever initially when we were selling the power, it had been said that solar power should be evacuated first, then thermal power. So that kind of priority should be given to the solar power, which will be put in reclaimed land. Then recognition under just transition framework. Just transition framework is there also it should be added. Next. Thank you. I think I could complete the presentation within time.
That's just in time. Thank you so
Any
much.
question from the audience would be welcome.
Yeah, so I think with that, I think we will take a couple of questions and we can stick to the timings. 2 questions, pressing questions. So whether the underground mines can be used for the data centers, what is the feasibility?
We're still under exploration as of now. To my knowledge, I don't think mine has been utilized, excavated mine has not been utilized for data centers, but yeah, we'll have to look at the primary feasibility to understand, because you see there is a lot of dust environment around when you talk about mines. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So in the region, I'm saying, in India as a region, it has not been.
When in Poland it can happen, why not in India?
So we'll have to bring the project to a certain level, and that's when we can look at exploring, setting up data centers in those levels. As a current situation, we cannot. And also the other fact is that data centers are generally developed in and around the city area, because it's not, so who's going to build data center? It's not the developer or the operator. It is the end consumer. So when you buy a residential apartment or a flat, the builder is not building it for himself, he's building for a consumer. Likewise, data center is also developed for an end user who will come and occupy the rack space. So in those terms, so a lot of mature clients are not willing to travel to interiors, like a tier 3 city, for example, for this reason. Even I'm going to give you a classic example. From Mumbai to Panvel is about 50 kilometers. There are developers and operators who've developed projects and we've certified them also, right? But they've had a huge challenge, getting end consumers to travel to that location to set up businesses. So it's not just about the investment capacity, it's also about occupying challenges.
But still there is a big opportunity available in this sector.
That goes without saying. So there is a good opportunity here, because this is exactly I'm here. So we are here to explore. In fact, in the morning also we did a site visit, and I found those sites pretty, not very challenging, but yeah, I mean, there are some challenges here and there, some fumes coming out from the thermal stations, which could affect the productivity of the data centers, because one reason why data centers are also not established close to seashores, very close to seashores. We've done data centers, there are data centers in Dubai, which is right outside the airport, right where the landing and the takeoff is happening. So there are risks, there are mitigations for those risks also. I mean, if you look at Japan, for example, Japan is an earthquake-prone zone, right? There are data centers which have been built below the ground, right? We've had clients in India who own land parcels in NCR outside the airport area, who've asked us to do feasibility studies to understand if we could build data centers outside the airport area. So there are clients, we are exploring those details, but then the risk of the investment is too high. When you're talking about our 50 megawatt data center, we're talking of billions of dollars of investment in IT and non-IT. So who would want to risk that?
Okay, one more question. Yeah.
Establishment of data center as post-mining use for naval mines. Basically, water will be available, but sufficient power may not be available because thermal plant depends on mines for lignite.
Okay. All the specifics, I'm sure that we will. You can reach out to Vishal. Vishal has done a lot of preliminary studies about various mines in India, the feasibilities and all that. Like he said, it's challenging, but still, as an expert, he finds there is hope. So we are trying to take it forward.
So honestly speaking, data centers, grid powers utilized for data centers because it's cheaper. But the other saying is that there are data centers which are such complex engineering projects. Even if there is no grid power, data centers can run for 24/7, 365 days, right? So there are technologies available. People generally like to use grid power because it's greener in a way, right? But the backbone is not so green in that. So there are, like if you go to Dubai, oil is cheap there. There are data centers running 24/7. If there's a outage supply, those data centers are running absolutely on diesel gensets, but it's not sustainable.
So, so just to add, you will also have your pump storage and your solar also. So you don't need coal anymore. You have everything there, and if NLC is investing, then you already have it.
Okay, last question.
So just one point to add, sir. Here you have pump storage, solar, renewable energies. You also have financiers to finance those projects also.
Hello sir, I am currently posted as SECL सोहागपुर एरिया. हमारे यहाँ पे सर जो माइंस होती है कोल माइंस वो जनरली क्लस्टर्स में होती है और जब माइंस बंद होना स्टार्ट होती है तो 1 by 1 सारी माइंस बंद होती हैं मतलब विद इन एन ऑफ 10 to 15 or 20 years. सो हमारे पास लैंड बहुत अवेलेबल है. अगर हम देखें इवन जो ओपन कास्ट माइंस हैं उनका भी बहुत सारा लैंड ऐसा होता है जो पैचेस में क्लोज होता रहता है बैक के बाद. एक ऐसा सारे प्रॉब्लम्स को साइमल्टेनियसली एड्रेस करना स्टार्ट करें. ओपनकास्ट माइन में जैसे कि सर ने बताया कि अनड्यूलेटिंग प्लेन होता है, जब डंपिंग होती है ऐसा नहीं कि पूरा एक सेम प्लेन बनता है. सो जहाँ पर अनड्यूलेटिंग प्लेन है वहाँ हम फ्लैश फिल करके उसको लेवलिंग करके अगर हम किसी MSME कंपनी को डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन या सेंट्रल स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स के साथ किसी MSME कंपनी को उस जगह को दें कि आप वहाँ पर अपना प्लांट इस्टेब्लिश करें. पैरेलली जो सोलर प्लांट की कंपनीज है बहुत सारी बड़ी बड़ी, उन लोगों को भी लैंड चाहिए होता है, तो हम पैरेलली साइड वाली किसी माइन पे हम लोग सोलर प्लांट के लिए भी स्पेस प्रोवाइड करें और वही सोलर प्लांट जो है उस कंपनी को वहाँ पे पावर भी प्रोवाइड कर सकता है.
Yeah, got it. So what he's basically saying that, we need to have an integrated approach, and this shouldn't be kind of we shouldn't be looking at this as, one isolated piecemeal. If there is a data center, a renewable energy source can be complementing that. So, that's the approach. So, we are concluding this session. The experts are available here. So, if you have any further questions, informally, you can reach out to them. Have been doing some good work in this particular area. And thank you so much for, sharing that wonderful insight. So, we conclude this session and we will move on to the next session.
Memento. 2 minutes. We request a moderator of the session to present the mementos to the speaker. To Mr. Vishal, please. To Mr. Samtak. To Mr. Nitish, please. To our Director Suresh Chandra Suman, please. We request our CMD NLC IL sir to present a memento to the moderator of the session, please. Sir. Sir, 2 minutes, sir. Let's give a huge round of applause to our moderator of this session. Thank you, sirs.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to session 10. The theme is leveraging global best practices. To showcase and adopt global best practices in the mine closure and repurposing that ensures environmental restoration, economic revitalization, and sustainable community development. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to invite our moderators and speakers to the dais. I would like to invite Srimati Rupinder Barar, Additional Secretary of Coal, to kindly come to the dais. Srimati Rupinder Barar, Additional Secretary of Coal, will be the moderator for the session. Delegates and participants, a big round of applause to our moderator for this session. Our speakers, Mr. Avinav Jain, Project Director, CIG, India. Mr. Dennis from Germany. And Mr. Pulak Mishra, the co-founder of Right Side Foundation. So, dear delegates, we have with us our moderator and 3 speakers for the last session of this national workshop, which is on leveraging global best practices.
tell Albert to take it easy now. There used to be a movie some years back, you were not even born then, Albert Pinto ko gussa kyun aata hai? Huh? So anyway, so thank you, Albert. I'll take it forward from here. Good afternoon to everyone. It's been very engaging last 2 days. And I'm sure all of you have not only learned a lot, but have also appreciated what is it that we are really sitting on when we say that mind closure, repurposing, are these just words? Because off and on that has been said that are these just words or can something really be done? And I'm sure that after these 2 days, everyone will at least agree on that something can be done. What can be done? There can be a disagreement on that. How it can be done? There can be again disagreement on that. Should anything be done? I think there is no disagreement on that. So as we come to the closure of these last 2 days, which have been so rewarding, it's my privilege to have 3 experts in the field to round off and to, end today's discussion, but also to, I think, mark new beginnings. Right? I think in the individual level, everybody has been spending a lot of time on the subject, and one crucial factor that has come in the way also is the finance part, which I'm glad we have a finance expert with us today. And GIZ, we have other experts also, but looking forward to hearing from you on how to add value, because clearly Germany, when Industrial Revolution started, Germany itself was one of the most industrializing countries, and it used coal in the Ruhr region, and we have so much of social history, etc. in that region. And how much it has transformed. I think that is something we would want you to share. So, Abhinav, I have had the chance of meeting you, but I want you to be known by everybody else too. Abhinav is the project director, technical cooperation on the to-be-closed mines and representing GIZ in India. A senior energy and climate policy expert, his work focuses on building multi-stakeholder partnerships that connect governments, financial institutions, industry, communities, and international partners to localize global best practices in mine closure. I must say a line before I pass on the mic to you, Abhinav, on how you can share the experience. I know that you have been trying to work with the ministry also, and some of your proposals are kind of on the way to happening. So I would want you to focus a little bit, therefore, also on the procedure that everybody should adopt, because I think you've had some learning there. So one part is a theoretical construct, but the other is how to create that enabler. So 15 minutes is, then Sajesh is going to guillotine from far. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. For myself, Avinav Jain, I am the project director in German Development Corporation. Can I have the slide, please? Okay, great. Okay, so maybe a brief about GIZ. GIZ, or next slide, please. GIZ, or German Development Corporation, is a 100% entity owned by Government of Germany. So we, on behalf of Government of Germany, provide technical assistance to more than 120 countries across the world. We help in achieving the target which these countries have for themselves through the expertise which we can bring from Germany or any other countries in the world. We are a not-for-profit federal enterprise, so we are all bounded by all the rules and regulations of Government of Germany. And this cooperation is going on in many sectors from last 64 years between India and Germany. All the topics which India and Germany wants to collaborate and work together, GIZ provides the implementation support for those topics. So thank you for saying the name, ma'am. We are also trying to have this technical cooperation on to-be-closed coal mine, which Government of India and Government of Germany had agreed. And once it started, we would be able to support in much better way. Next slide. So I think I would like to ask you to close all of your eyes. Can you do that for me? Please close your eyes and I am asking, just think about that. The day you are starting your coal mine and the day you are creating your first mining plan, on the same day, you know the landscape in which you are going to mine your mine? Can you also imagine the day, on the same day, how it will look like once the mine will close? Because you know the present situation and you can imagine the end situation. And you all must be one image that came out in your mind. Please open your eyes now. So, this is the way mine closure happens in Germany. On the first day, the repurposing option is already known to the mine operator. That, okay, if this mine going to be a tourism site, if this mine going to be a lake, or if this mine going to be an industrial town. And based on that plan, the whole mining is done for the next 15 years. The way overburden is placed in a certain location, the way pits are created. So you don't create a problem and then try to solve it. You know that what you want to create and how you want to solve it. So I will say, if you see this image of how you start with initial environment condition, you have losses, then you go for mining, remediation, rehabilitation, and again ecological restoration. And repurposing comes somewhere in the middle. This image is very important because the mining is just a second in the life of the area, that 30 years. But that is not the life of the area. There was something behind it and there will be something after it. So we can always change the way the mine had looked or the region will look. Don't take it for granted that this is the way the mine is going to be forever. Next slide, please. So, I would also like you to reflect, is mine closure only India's problem? How many of you think that it's only an India problem? Raise your hand. Nobody. How many think only India doesn't know, or India is the first country to start a mine closure thing? Raise your hand. Nobody of you, right? Apart from few handful of countries, 5 countries or 10 countries, who had been ahead of us in industrial revolution, coal mining, then transition into renewables, every other country is facing the same problem which we are facing. Is trying to find out the same solution which we are trying to fit here and find out. So whatever be the solution you are creating today for India, is going to equally applicable in South Africa, Indonesia, Chile, Mongolia, Colombia, Vietnam, Thailand. And we know about this because we are working with all these 7 countries as part of our international project, and in all these places the conversation are the same. Next slide, please. What are these conversations? Let's look into a very broad picture. It has only 4 components. First is governance. How the closures will be governed. The way it will happen. Will it be a top-led or will it be a bottom-led solution? How the repurposing would be envisioned. Will it be envisioned by few policy makers at the top, or will it be envisioned by the people and the market from the ground? What will happen to the community engagement? Will community be a part of the transition or they will be left aside? And the last thing is financing access. Who will fund it? These are the only 4 questions which are common in each mine and each country. Right? Let's go to the next slide. So this is the slide I am going to spend most of the time because I told you the problems are the same. There are only 4 things which has to be understood: governance, repurposing, community engagement, and finance. And we need to have a very clear yes-no answer on that. And if you don't have this yes or no answer, we can talk about it, but we will not be able to do anything about it. Okay, We had talked about the example of Germany, right? Madam also said about Germany. What was the governance structure? It was a centralized structure which came from the federal government, that all mine closure has to happen in the environmentally safe manner for the people of the mining company and the nearby locality. But you will all think that the central government or the mining company only have the control on their own operation. How the locality come into play? So I can also tell you, when we talk about just transition, this just transition word was always about the people who is working in the mining company. That term was never arised for the adjacent community. That adjacent community was always the side people in all the transition across the world. But there are countries who had done community engagement. They said there will be a tripartite structure of private, of government, and the local institutions. And whatever this tripartite structure, what Minister Sir was saying yesterday, are you talking to the collector? That is the tripartite structure. If you have a very strong tripartite structure, if you have financing in place, which Germany provided from own budget 40 billion euro for the transition, you will have amazing repurposing options and success stories. Let's look into the second one, Spain. They also had a tripartite governance structure at national level. They have territorial just transition agreement, a very strong state-owned, district-owned, and central-owned arrangement on the repurposing option that they are going to create. And they have EU national and private level funds. And then they are able to have the repurposing option of hydrogen hubs, private sector, and all other. Let's look into the third one, UK example. They said, we will have a market-led transition. We will not decide how the repurposing will happen. We will have very limited state involvement because we left it to the market to take care of. What happened? It was a weak community engagement. There was mostly civil society, and there are only some cultural reuse side which happened. Because once the civil society comes up, they can only do what they can in their control. They will talk about tourism, they will have some entrepreneurship, some FSG, but they will not have large-scale infrastructure change. What is happening in South Africa? They have a governance structure from Presidential Commission. They have very weak community engagement and high level of union activism. They had international financing support, which is in the form of loan, not in the form of direct support. And what they are doing right now, mostly agroforestry, renewable, which is much closer to what we are doing. Why I had highlighted these 4 examples is that if we know in all these 4 headings where we are, you know the outcomes you are going to achieve. It is not going to change, and it's not changing for India and any other country. So if we get this thing right, there is a huge opportunity of making the whole transition to be there. I will go to the next slide, please. I think this is already what I had shown in my last slide. From GIZ understanding of national and international work, there are few thumb rules I would like you to remember in mind. We understood in India, whatever if the coal mine is spending in terms of employee salary and contracts in a particular region, you can take 1.7 to 2x of that money if the economic impact per year going to be in the locality. You can take that if you have to achieve or you want to remove that economic impact from the locality, you need to have 3x of that as an investment in that region to achieve the same economic value addition in the economy. And the economic and the job loss are around 5,000 per million ton. So this is the impact we are trying to reduce. And now you can think of which of your activity with this governance structure can help us to meet that impact. The last slide I have is, from my side, is that, what if my vision is that we need to operationalize our national initiative LIFE to promote solar, hydrogen, agro-industrial reuse. We need to have MSME and industry and service industry as a center, not in the side. We need, for governance, we need to have a very strong coal transition zone. It has to be identified and given an identity that all the places where final mine closure is happening, they are termed as coal transition zone. And once they are termed as coal transition zone, everything, all the schemes, all the finance, all the investment will be having a very strong lens on it, and it can be amplified. The support can be amplified for coal transition zones. We need to have participative planning for state, district level, and we can create just transition councils in this area, what you already have with some other name with the ownership of district collector. We need to have a knowledge hub, which we can call Center of Excellence on Post-Mine Closure, which can provide us with all the knowledge of national and international best practices, all the standards, all the training material hosted in one location, so that anybody at any point of time can come, harness the knowledge and go back and implement. And the last thing is funding. We need to have this escrow amount, the DMF fund, and the private capital coming all together. We have to deploy the money for seed money for making something to visualize, then using another money to scale a bit and taking it to commercial level. Because otherwise, we are just putting money to showcase an example which is going to be lying defunct after 5 years. Until unless there is a skin in the game of private sector, these locations will not be able to create the jobs and the economic value addition that we are all looking for. Thank you. This is my presentation. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Abhinav. That was bang on time. And I think two very key points you made. One, that it is not something that only in India we are confronted with, and it is global, it is related with mining. The other thing that I really liked was, which of course on paper we have been doing as a country also, is to think of it when you start mining. But I think we need to put it more in practice, and that's where your last slide I think was a great idea again, because the need for center of excellence, the need to plan, the need to put it out there is all. I'm sure everybody's taken it very well. So thank you, Abhinav. And now moving on to the next speaker, Dennis Pulimithatu. Now, I'm having a challenge saying where you work, but I will try and say what is said here. Forschungszentrum Nachbergbau. Am I okay in saying what I said? Okay. So that's where Dennis works. And before that, you worked, Dennis, at Remondis, Say and Co. And you also had exposure at the United Nations, working on the combat desertification. And currently you're working with Forschungszentrum Nachbergbau. Now I got it right, yeah? So your profile tells me that you're going to tell us a lot more specific on coal mining, on treating coal mining as a subject for mine closure, using your experience both from the perspective of a practitioner, but also from the larger framework of the climate change that's happening around the world. So go ahead, the space is all yours.
Thank you, ma'am. So it's a great pleasure to be here. As one of the last presenter here, I hope you will be able to listen to me a bit. My job is to start where Abhinav stopped. He talked about Center of Excellence for mine closure, etc. So I come from a Center of Excellence, which is called Forschungszentrum Nachbergbau, which is in English called Research Center of Post Mining, which is the oldest Center of Excellence in mining and post mining in Germany. It is a 200-year-old institution. So it started as a simple mining or mining technology school in 1816 in Bochum, in the heart of the Ruhr region, where we come from. Before I go ahead with that, I just quickly want to also introduce myself. I have an Indian root in the state of Kerala. My parents went in the beginning of 70s to Germany. So in a way, I am a product of, let's say, the industrial transformation or of Germany. So today I work in this field and so happy to be here to support GIZ. When I start my presentation, I would like to say Germany learned the hard way that structural change must be prepared, like Abhinav has said, from the beginning. In the rural region, it was not done because that was a landscape which was there and it was not a planned development which happened. So the coal was the basis of Germany's success. And the coal industry, the energy industry, and the connected steel industry, that's what triggered the Industrial Revolution in Germany over the last 70 years. Next. So we have talked a lot about mine closure, about issues and all. Obviously, yes, mining leaves a mark across the landscapes. We are here to reimagine its revitalization. In my presentation, I will talk a little bit more about setting or saving the natural systems before we go into repurposing. And then I will quickly run through a couple of examples in Germany as well as in other countries so that I don't take too much of time. Next. So as I said, I come from this center of excellence called Research Center of Post-Mining, which is also part of the Technische Hochschule Georg Agricola, which is a University of Applied Sciences. So like I said, the mining school became, after 200 years, a University of Applied Sciences, and is named after Georg Agricola, who wrote the mining basics in 1500. So that's how we are named. And in the Center of Excellence, we support with four interconnected pillars. The one is the most important one, that is taking care of the eternal tasks and mine water management. So we secure the long game, stabilizing groundwater, treating mine water and turning liabilities into assets, heat, minerals, and biodiversity. The second pillar supports with geospatial intelligence. Me as a geographer, that is something very important because I see and think in terms of space and time. So the geospatial intelligence utilizes satellites and sensors to historical records. We map subsurface change in real time. This is our early warning system and the planning background for every interventions. The third one is materials for industrial heritage. So all the plants and infrastructure what you have on the top of the subsurface, we characterize it post-mining of its safety, adaptivity, and reusability, cutting embodied carbon while preserving its identity. The last portion, that's where we talk about rehabilitation and repurposing. That's the land use and transition division. Here we design nature-positive investment ready land models. We have heard a lot in the last 2 days about agriculture, agroforestry, forestry, commercial reuse, etc., community development so that the community gains job and resilience. So all put together, we work towards the outcome of SDGs. Next. So our approach moves from impact assessment, socioeconomic modeling, participatory planning, implementation monitoring. We act as an operational interface between science and policymakers or governments, turning scientific data or scientific intelligence into investment-ready decisions. Next. Our hub connects 8 streams. I will just quickly run through it. The land generation, the circular industry, the just transition, nature resilience, new economies, digital twins, heritage and capacity building. The land use and transition doesn't hand out a restored land manual. It doesn't hand out a restored land manual. We reimagine the entire regions. Each project is a bundle of ecology, economy, and equity, co-designed with communities. I would like you to keep in mind the yellow part, that's the digital twin, because I will speak about it later on, because that's one of the important tools NLC also has to keep in the mind, because that gives your nodal officers or the senior members a twin wherein you can create various models how your post-mining landscape could look like, how it can be moderated. Next. We are a team of, as I said, for multiple fields. So an interdisciplinary team of geotechnics, geology, hydrologists, geographers, mining surveyors, economists, chemists, etc. We have worked for NATO, EU, the United Nations, various governments, GIZ, and public sector organizations. We have proved our skills, next, in a couple of the projects what we have shown here for the EU, UN, and internationally funded projects. Next. So now we enter into the actual things I would like to showcase. Germany. You see on this map, on the western part of the map, you can see Essen, the Ruhr area, which has got a space of about 4,439 square kilometers, so 443,000 hectares. That is a full agglomeration which was mined 200 years ago, which is like a underground mining, and the subsurface is like a Swiss cheese. So it's full of holes and shafts. Then we have southwest to the Ruhr region, we have the Rhenish mines. That's open cast lignite mining. When you go to the east part, close to Berlin, that's again the Lusatian area, that are the lignite mines. So I will touch base about these things in a while. So, next. As I said, now I will run quickly. The mining has started in the Ruhr area something in the 1500s. And if you see here on the map, the light yellow or light brownish color, that's the southern part of the Ruhr area. That's where the hole started. And it moved towards the north, because the northwards you move, you get better coal, better, deeper and better coal. So that's what it transpired. Next. We'll skip that. No, once back. So, as I said, the Ruhr area was not a planned region. It's a functional industrial system. That's why governance coordination became the central challenge later on. Next. Why the coal system collapsed? The coal system collapsed because of the global situation and the deep crisis end of 1950s, because the rise of oil and gas was one of the major reasons. We had higher extraction costs per ton, industrial restructuring, the steel industries got modernized, increasing environmental compliances, which resulted in many socioeconomic shock metrics. Next. So here you see what actually happens in the mining regions, the environmental impacts of mining. So you have the land degradation, you have the hydrological systems, which were heavily impacted. We have the spoil heaps, you have the ground subsidences, you have a lot of social consequences, etc. So, next. I mean, these are the detailed impacts which I'm not touching base now. Let's go 3 slides ahead. So, basically, the core of this presentation is actually this. The mine closure is not a site activity. It is a long-term regional transformational process. It has to be seen as a regional development or cluster-based development plan, not just as one mine as such. It links the hydro transition, the management of water, land, and geotechnical risk, just transition, the management of jobs, institutions, and identity. If we treat closure, like we discussed, as a short-term compliance exercise, we create big perpetual liabilities. If we treat it as a regional development catalyst, we create new socio-ecological systems. Next. So this is also a very important chart which gives you an idea what is being done in the Ruhr region and how much does it cost. So if you see the major activities, what is being done there is the mine water management, which we call as the perpetual task. So after closure, the pumping cannot simply stop. So, thank you. I'll finish quickly. The ground stability, the subsidence legacies, brownfield remediation, waste heaps. All these put together, these are the main impacts, and it cost Ruhr area in a year roughly about 350 million euros. That's 35,000 crores in a year, which is being paid by private sector, company called the RAG Foundation, which is the parent company of ours. Next. So if you see this water rising, this is what is happening in underground mining regions. Continuously, the mining water comes from the bottom, and it has to be pumped out. It should not come in contact with the groundwater, and that's what the cost factor is. So we pay for the external tasks for mine dewatering, polder measures, and groundwater remediation, this 350 million euros. Next. So now we get into the examples where I will be quickly running through, and then I will give you some impulses, and then we will close my session. So this is Ruhrgebiet. If you see the black dots, these are all shaft opening in the Ruhr area, which I told you earlier, it's like a Swiss cheese. And we use these shafts to also repurpose to get into some ideas, for example, like the geothermal possibilities. So those flooded shafts, give us the possibility to repurpose the underground mines with those kind of examples. Next. This is a very important chart as well. The Ruhr region has got a master plan. They introduced this international building exhibition in the 1980s as a tool to entirely repurpose the Ruhr region, 4,500 square kilometers, to recreate and use the industrial heritage for adaptive reuse and tourism, etc., etc. 2.5 to 3 billion euro have been invested in that region, including, for example, the UNESCO cultural heritage Zollverein in that region. This has been done with this instrument called International Building Exhibition, and a master plan has been made called Emscher Park. Next. Then we go to the lignite mining region in the eastern Germany. Here we are talking about Europe's largest lake laboratory. 176 artificial lakes created, covering over 1 85 square kilometers. So the lakes are being individually treated. Once they reach a specific pH, they will be connected so that tourism can be promoted, which is happening. They also created digital twins for the easiness of planning for their nodal offices. Next. Next. So, like I said, these are individual voids. They are not connected yet, but they will be connected soon once the hydrogeology and the hydrochemistry has been managed. Next. Next. So we can skip this. This is how the repurposing has happened. Again, left side, land remediation is happening, and then finally how it looks like. So next. The Lusatia area is connected directly to a major metropole region called Berlin, and because of that connectivity, the region has got a thriving business economy. Next. Again, coming back to the Ruhr region, what did they do? They created out of power plants, coal power plants, they repurposed it for the company Opel to build cars. And once that company has moved out in 2014, another company called DHL has taken that position. That's on the right-hand side. And now, including DHL, they are bringing it as an innovation hub as a repurposing model, which is called Mark 51 location. Next. Geoparks. This is another interesting thing. Route Industriekultur. It's connected 400 kilometers network for automotive as well as cycling. You can go to various touristic hotspots and the spoil heaps which they have created as tourist purposes and for cycling, for trekking purposes, which you can see in the next slides. So this is Halde-Hoherwart. The spoils have been created for touristic purposes. This is a horizon observatory and a sundial. In the summer times, it's quite full in this region. Next. Another spoil heap which has been rejuvenated, that's the Rhine-Preußen-Mörs. Next. Okay, so there are a couple of examples. Just run through the photos, please. So this is also one example in the UK. Again, a transformation. Next. The football stadium, soccer football stadium, Zeche Zollverein, UNESCO Cultural Heritage. Maybe 2 words to that, please, ma'am. UNESCO Cultural Heritage, that model has taken 15 years to develop, and together with the municipality of Essen, the state government, and the RAG Foundation, they have spent 14.5 million euros to convert this heritage location to UNESCO Cultural Heritage Center. The actual application for UNESCO Cultural Center is not that expensive, but the whole remediation and the repurposing, that's the costly factor for UNESCO approaches. UK in the Eden Garden. Next. In China, maybe one word to this book, please, back. There is a book of one of my good friend from the UK. He has brought out this book, 102 Things to Do with a Hole in the Ground. Anybody can download this as a PDF. It costs, I think, $12, or it's the £14 for £15. So this gives a good idea about what can be done with repurposing. Next. Yeah, the last slide, one back. No, back, this one. So the key takeaways for me is very simple. Please allow your team members to come to Germany, give them exposure. We will we will enhance their knowledge. We will give them the power to reimagine. Utilize research institutions to deliver evidence-based land use scenarios before hiring consultants and spending huge amount of money. Restore the natural capital first before you go into repurposing pathways. Think in regional clusters, not single sites, not single mine closure sites. Build a restoration economy ecosystem so that companies, startups comes in, give you more ideas so that assets can be generated. Establish a single window transformation agency. And that's the final wording for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dennis. Pulak was almost about to jump out of his chair, so am I. So without wasting too much time, Pulak Mishra, you are next. And to round off all the discussions, the most important, financing. So how does climate finance happen? And how do we go about it, Pulak? Please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. And I'm seeing...
Pulak, you shall be rewarded for being briefer than 15 minutes.
Yes, I'll try to be as brief as possible. I'm seeing a lot of people have left the podium and all that. So without wasting much time, I'll just be as quick as possible. So thank you, ma'am. Can we put up the slide, please? Okay. So in last 2 days, yesterday and today, we have been discussing about all the initiatives, all the actions that we can take to repurpose or revive the closed mines to the natural habitat, or any sort of other initiatives like renewable energy, data centers, and all sorts of other activities. But to make all these happen, we need finance. Without finance, everything is on the planning papers and nothing works out, right? So today I'll be discussing how we can leverage finances, available funds globally, to ensure that whatever we have planned for repurposing our closed mines can be fruitful and be actionable. Can we jump to the next slide, please? So I'll just give you a brief brush of what we have discussed in last 2 days. There are almost 147 mines that are set to close in next few years. And we have been proposed that about 25% of the escrow that is there with the mine operators can be used for rehabilitation of the communities around the mines. With this, millions of stakeholders will be impacted directly and indirectly. And this can, create a butterfly effect when you put any action into place. Now, where this is coming from, nowadays, everything is moving towards sustainability. India itself has committed to become net zero by 2070. So that helps, that pushes us to strive towards more sustainable initiatives. For example, we have guidelines that are coming up for mine closures. We have ESG reporting that is happening for the mine operating companies, which are being pushed to take up these sustainable initiatives. And also there are carbon markets, which also leverages carbon credits to repurpose all these activities. Now, if I talk about financial instruments and at what phases these come into picture, so we have 4 phases in early planning, where we are planning for repurposing of the coal mines. We can leverage grants and any technical assistance that is available globally or nationally. In phase 2, we can go for debt and guarantees when we go for the implementation or the feasibility of the project. And while construction of the activity, we can issue bonds and equities to raise funds. And during operation, obviously, we'll have certain kind of revenue, which we can cycle it back for the further scale up of the activities. Now, how do these finances come into picture? So we have bilateral developments, like we have World Bank, MEGA, ADB, IFC. All these can be leveraged to get finances to finance our repurposing activities. Apart from that, there are green climate funds available globally, especially in European and US states, which we can leverage to implement these activities on ground. We can have bilateral donors and philanthropic organizations who can fund these kind of projects. And certainly nowadays, impact investors are coming into picture. For example, we have Capira Ventures, Blue Capital, Blue Peak, Norfund, FinFund, all these European investment companies who have, collated HNIs, philanthropic individuals, and created funds, impact funds, which can be used to deliver these kind of impactful projects, which is like repurposing of your coal mines. Apart from that, when in the operational phase, you can lease out your land, which can again in turn generate revenue for you to adapt other activities, and also you can have taxations in place. Now, one of the interesting ways that you can generate additional revenue is carbon credits. Nowadays, carbon credit is a very hot topic. In fact, India is creating its own compliance market, the carbon credit trading scheme, which is set to launch in May 2026. So we can leverage our projects to generate carbon credits, which we can then sell to companies who are, have high liabilities of their reduction of carbon emission. In fact, lately the government of India has released a list of 450 companies who are asked to reduce their emission by 2030 and 2050. So they have a set target to reduce. However, as a leeway, they can buy credits. So when you leverage credits into repurposing of your coal mines, you can generate additional revenue for your activities. Now, how this carbon credit works? So essentially, you have a baseline where you have no project activity happening in your coal mine. Then you design a project activity, you implement that, and either you are avoiding carbon emissions. Say, for example, you have set up a solar park in your closed mines. That means you are avoiding grid emission, which is usually coming from coal thermal power plants. So that will help you generate carbon credits. If you are going for afforestation and reforestation project, you are sequestering carbon dioxide, and that again in turn can be turned into carbon credits. And that then can be issued to your account, and then you can sell it to companies who have high emissions in their portfolio, and you can generate revenue from that as well. Now, what are some of the benefits and challenges in carbon credit? It's definitely additional revenue apart from whatever projects you are having. For example, in solar, you are already selling your power at a certain price. On the side, you are also generating carbon credits. It also diversifies your financial portfolio. There's no debt aligned to it. You don't have to repay it to anyone. It's totally your money. And the key challenges that arise with carbon credit is that it's a very volatile market. Sometimes you can get a really good price, but the very next day you can see a very bad price over there. And the development of carbon credit projects are little capital intensive. However, the overall ROI is better when it's seen in the long term. Now, Indian government has also proposed a framework in September 2025. It's called Earth Framework for Just Transition, which means assess, that you need to assess your socio-economic factor of a particular project or particular closed mine. You prioritize the tasks, as in what initiatives you need to put in place, what kind of stakeholders are more priority to your project, and rank them appropriately. Tag the financial instruments for each initiatives or each actions that you are about to take. Harmonize the project to national goals, for example, India's net zero goal of 2070, and then align different stakeholders to make this project happen. So one can adapt this Earth framework to plan their entire journey of repurposing of coal mines, and then we can seek out blended finance tools to understand how we can implement this. Some of the case studies that there's a project called the Cumberland Forest Project, which is again an impact fund where they have raised around $2.5 billion to repurpose the closed mines. So they have acquired around 40,000 acres of closed mine, and they have turned it to a forest, which is generating around 4.5 million credits every year. And each credit are being sold at around $10 to $12. So you can imagine the amount of revenue that they're generating just by doing this project. Apart from that, they have also leased a piece of land for a 130 megawatt solar power plant, where they are also again generating carbon credits, and at the same time they're also getting lease rent for that particular piece of land. Another example we can see is the Department of Energy, US Department of Energy, where they have a demonstration program where they have issued a grant of $550 million, where if you demonstrate any impactful project in a closed mine, then you can get this grant. Apart from that, they have also been able to collect $27 billion from private capital into this particular program, and a total 98 applications have been approved in last 3 years under this particular program. In Germany, we have REG Foundation, which is again working towards the repurpose of coal mines, one of the example we saw in our last presentation, where they have funded certain initiatives which is being crucial for the repurposing of closed mines. So this financial activities or the financial instruments can be leveraged with policy and governance pillars, where you can start with early community engagement to understand the needs of that particular area. You can have natural and human capital inventory to understand what are the resources that you are privy to, which you can utilize for the repurpose of the closed mine. You can create special purpose vehicles, SPVs and joint ventures. Then you have revenue retention programs, where all the initiatives that you're putting in will have certain kind of revenue retained for upscaling of the project or upkeeping of the project. And then you can do advocacy to align with policies and scale it up for other closed mines. Lastly, some of the recommendations: you have to prioritize what kind of projects you need to have, create SPVs, blend capitals. We talked about different instruments in previous slides. You can intelligently blend those capitals and finance your repurposing of coal mines. You can de-risk instruments by diversifying your portfolio, like carbon credit is one such instrument. And you can have a robust MRV system to monitor your progress over the period of time. So, like I mentioned, we have 4 phases, where in early stage you can use escrow funds. In mid phases you can use green traditional bonds and grants. In construction scale you can have loans and private equity. And in risk mitigation you can have first loss instruments in place. Lastly, the implementation steps are in pre-feasibility stage. You need to do stakeholder consultations to understand the impact. Feasibility, to understand what kind of and what needs to be planned and what should be MRV setup. Then you do the construction, and in the operation you monitor and progress. So with this I conclude my session. Again, a refresher: you can implement Artha, you can leverage carbon credit market, and you can foster inclusive governance in the entire process. Thank you.
Thank you, Pulak. That was not only brilliant, but it was very crisp, and you saved us 4 minutes of time. Which leaves me, if anybody has one burning question, I think we can take that. Yeah, I can see a hand at the back. Go ahead. You'll have to be a bit loud, or you can come up front.
Thank you. This question is basically for Danish. Like, every time we get this success story of Germany, UK, etc., we barely see their struggles. We just see their success after it has happened, right? So please next time if you make a PPT for us, like, make a slide or make an entire PPT of one success model from the basic scratch. Like you said, the root, it had this very unplanned mining from the beginning. The same has happened for our nation also. British came and they do the mining in the many parts of India, like the place I come from, Giridih, the British did the mining there in 1847 or 1857, they started. And it has happened haphazardous. And now the very systematic and planned closure of it is going to be very tough and tedious for us. So please make a PPT like where you say like what challenges exactly, very basic challenges, how they handled it. And please help us to understand how the collaboration has happened, because we see like, collaboration and leadership are the 2 key factors for the implementation of this. Somebody make a plan and somebody says like, okay, you have to do it, and we will do it. In India, we will do it for sure, but we don't know what exactly to do. So the collaboration part, please suggest like how it happened in the nations like Germany and UK, like how the ministries collaborated, how the federals and the centrals collaborated, how the NGOs, how the SGOs and everything collaborated to make it happen. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I think, Dennis, that's more of an observation and a suggestion for future sessions. But if you want to take a quick 30 seconds to respond, yeah, please go ahead.
Not even 30 seconds. Happy to support you in these activities. Yes, in 15 minutes I can't give a detailed view on that. The purpose was to give you impulses, what has been transpired in Europe, what can be done, what they have done. Absolutely happy to take an assignment or a presentation later at some point of time and run through you all these detailed aspects. Thank you.
So thank you, Abhinav. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, Pullak. I think exactly the point that I was making at the beginning. 1.5 days is certainly not enough, but it is enough to whet the appetite. It is also enough to tell everybody there is so much to do out there, and we must put our heads and our commitment together to really take this forward. So with that, we come to the end of this very rewarding learning. Poking question that itself tells us that there is already a lot of thought happening there, which marks the success of any conference. So thank you, viewers, listeners, for being so patient. We are into our lunchtime. And thank you to my co-panelists. And thank you, Albert.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, moderator, ma'am, and thank you, speakers. Before we close this session, I would request our moderator, ma'am, to kindly honor our speakers. We'll start with Mr. Abhinav Jain, who is the project director of GIZ India. Can we have a warm round of applause, please, for Mr. Abhinav Jain? I'll request our moderator, madam, to kindly honor Mr. Dennis from Germany, our second speaker for this session. And finally, the last speaker, Mr. Pullak Mishra, the co-founder of Right Side Foundation. I would now request Sri Prasanna Kumar Motapalli, the Chairman and Managing Director of NLC India Limited, to kindly come up and honor our moderator for the session, Srimati Rupinder Barar, the Additional Secretary of Coal. Can we please have a round of applause for the moderator, Srimati Rupinder Barar, Additional Secretary of Coal, for taking us through this last session of the National Workshop. Thank you so much, madam, and thank you so much, speakers. Yeah, but you can still have it. Ma'am?
No. Just you make it. How much time? You'll be announcing later. ठीक है
Esteemed dignitaries and delegates, before we formally conclude, we invite you to watch a short film that captures the preparation behind the seminar, the review meetings, the relentless coordination, the sleepless nights, and the collective team effort of NLCL, from ED Mines to Director Mines Secretariat, to every executive and workman who has made this possible. Now, the short video prepared by Director Mines Secretariat is before you. Check. What we just witnessed is a reflection of the meticulous planning, seamless coordination, and collective commitment that brought this two-day workshop to life. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request you all to kindly be seated as we move on to the valedictory function. Madam. Check. check. Now, we formally move on to the valedictory function of this national workshop. I would request our dignitaries to kindly come to the dais. Additional Secretary of Coal, CMD NLCIL, Coal Controller, Director HR, NLCIL, Director Mines, Director PNP, and CVO NLCIL to kindly come to the dais. I would now request Sri Sajeesh Kumaran, the Coal Controller, to kindly address the gathering.
I don't have any words to express my gratitude to Neyveli Lignite Corporation. So it's been an incredible event. So thank you so much, Neyveli Lignite Corporation. And I know that, there's been a lot of effort. It's not that easy to actually organize an event like this, getting so many people together, the speakers, and the kind of arrangement they have done. And huge shout out to Neyveli Lignite Corporation. Thank you so much. And I want to thank all the participants. I know that, this is a busy season for all of you in terms of the predictions, but you have come here. My one simple message for you is that, there are a lot of presentations and other interactions that has been made here. Please pick up one or two things that you can actually do, one or two ideas. Open your mind to those possibilities. And we will be organizing an intensive online workshop on each of the subject where the interested people can actually participate and learn about these interventions in detail. So we will be doing that. And we also prepared the takeaways for different sessions, and we will be circulating that to you. Always remember that, you are the key people for us in terms of the mine closure and repurposing. So please take it forward with that spirit. And always remember that you can actually make that little change in your place, and that will become then a movement. And you can see that kind of transformation which all the speakers were talking about, actually rectifying at the ground level. So thank you so much once again. And also I will be failing in my duty if I don't thank my own team from CCO, from Ren Vijay to Bhavna, my director, and all others, who has tirelessly contributed to this, to make this together. And let's take this collaborative spirit forward, and we will be meeting again and again through online platforms or otherwise. And thank you so much, all the speakers. Again, and some of the presentations were incredible, and we will always connect with you. Whenever there is any points of clarification required, we will be reaching out to you, and speakers' numbers and other contact details are available. So we have a platform now, and let's take it forward and then realize what we have dreamed and discussed about in these 2 days workshop into the ground reality. Thank you so much once again, Neyveli Lignite Corporation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sajesh Kumar, sir, the Coal Controller.
May we kindly request Sri Prasanna Kumar Motupalli, CMD NLCIL, to address the gathering, please.
सबको नमस्कार, अनवरक्कम वनक्कम. At the outset, I thank Honorable Minister, Ministry of Coal and Coal Controller for giving this opportunity to us. We are very much thankful to you. I thank all the delegates coming from all over India to participate in this program actively. Generally, in such type of 2-day conferences, the 100% strength will become 50% in the cultural program, first day ending, and 25% by end of validation. But here what I was saying, 100% presence was there even in the first day and the second day. That shows the interest of the nodal officers. And during the entire conference and workshop, you have seen number of issues discussed. There is a lot of expectations of Honorable Ministry on the nodal officers. And yesterday, Honorable Minister was also telling, you should take it as a activity or project for your personal satisfaction. So whatever takeaways are there in this workshop, you should immediately go back and plan the activities to take forward the mine closing activities to the desired extent. And I should thank my entire team NLCIL who put all the efforts in making this conference a successful. I should say that they never treated this as a official function. They treated it as a personal function. The amount of dedication and the commitment shown by them all these days, I should really appreciate their efforts. Thank you once again, and let you leave the Neyveli with a commitment towards the mine closing. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Would now request Srimati Rupinder Barar, the Additional Secretary of Coal, to kindly address the gathering.
Namaskaram, good afternoon to everybody. So many thanks have already been said, but I will be failing if I don't add many of those thanks to a lot of people here. First, from the Ministry of Coal, on behalf of everybody in the ministry, I of course definitely want to thank first Sajesh, because Honorable Minister, as you all know, has been so focused on mine closure and giving a shape of this sort of a whole 1.5-day conference, to do it in Neyveli. When he first suggested, let's set up a 2-day thing and let's go to Neyveli, I must confess that we were really not sure, is it a good idea? Will we be able to take so many nodal officers? Will all the CMDs be able to come at the end of February? Will Neyveli be able to host such a thing? But kudos to everybody who believed, and therefore first thanks goes to the coal controller and his team, who really transformed the dream of the Honorable Minister into a reality that we see here. And second, very important was, will the speakers come all the way? It is quite a distance from the Chennai airport. So thank you to all the speakers who really added tremendous value to the 2 days of discussions. And the journey has just started, is I think everybody's spirit. Third, most importantly, to all the CMDs who have come, the CIL and the subsidiaries, Singareni, Neyveli, of course, you are there yourself at home, but that you managed to bring all your nodal officers who also are doing a lot of field work at this point in time. So big thanks to all of you, the CMDs from coal companies. All of you who have not been able to join today, please convey our special thanks. This really means a lot to us in the ministry, because when we say a few things in terms of theory, you are the ones who are actually going to turn it into practice. So your presence is what really gives us certainty that things will happen. So therefore, to everybody here who has given their time, focus, and as Prasanna ji rightly observed, typically it's always a declining graph of participation in all such events. But here it is so nice to see that people are still here, and the ones who have left also, only because they had their flight plans, I think, not because they got bored of the program. So those are the formal thanks. Now the other part, which I must, again, it's my personal thing also, and I'm sure all of you will share that with me, that coming to Neyveli was an eye-opener in so many ways. The way we got received at the airport, to the way we got received here, to the way we got to see the transformation that decoaled or delignited, in this case, mines can do. The kind of biodiversity that has come up here truly gives us hope as to how transformation can happen. And yesterday morning, I think the journey, at least I felt, I'm not even in a mining area, and I'm sure a lot of you felt the same. So that is a tremendous contribution, Neyveli, that you are doing to this area, despite being a mining company, having an AQI of 25 is unbelievable. And I think you've set high standards for the mining industry. And therefore, perhaps now I realize that doing a conference on mine repurposing made so much sense here. You and your team have truly created something incredible. And now coming to some of the other things which I also want to share. Yesterday, with the Honorable Minister, we went to go and see an old age home. Today in the morning, I got a chance to go to Sneha, which is a special children's school. Again, these are initiatives. It was actually hard for me, I think, to control my emotion there, because all of us sometimes forget to thank the Lord for everything that's normal in our lives. And these are those places that remind you that humility is perhaps the most important thing that all of us must take. But I want to again congratulate Samir, you and Prasanna ji, and your wife who leads Sneha for heading an initiative which is very, very, not only is it humbling, but I think that is the best contribution that any of us can give back to society. Next, and there are so many things to thank you for. The food. The food in the guest house, the food here in Lignite Hall has been absolutely outstanding. I'm sure I've already gained some weight in the last 1.5 days that we are here. Outstanding food, the hospitality by all the staff in the guest house, the LOs that have been attached with all of us. All of you have gone out of your way to make us not just comfortable, but want us to come back to Neyveli. I think it's an absolutely kudos to all of you. To Albert and his team, you've been doing a great job. And once again, I think to Prasanna ji, to Suman, to Samir, and to everybody else. Govind Rajan actually went with us to the temple yesterday. Thank you for taking out time to show us so much more that can happen in this area. So thank you. And you've just joined, Rajesh, so I think high standards already set by the team in Neyveli. Finally, I think to thank Mr. Prasanna will be, I don't think I have enough words, because the effort that went into the children's program yesterday. And between me and Sanoj, our common view was that you didn't need the professionals to come from Mumbai. The children here, the teachers here did something outstanding, absolutely. Whether it was the show on Operation Sindoor, whether it was all the other programs, whether dances by the young kids, the yoga, of course, it embarrassed us because we can't even lift half a leg, but children were absolutely outstanding. And that again goes to show the spirit of Neyveli, the spirit of the colony, the spirit of the entire township that you have created here. So many happy memories we are all taking. And therefore, I request all of you, I think we should give a standing ovation to Prasanna ji and his team. 3 cheers to Neyveli. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, madam.
Despite tremendous efforts and planning, because of scale, if somebody felt some inconvenience, please pardon us and take only good moments from Neyveli. Please, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we kindly request Sri Jasper Rose IS, Executive Director, Mine Service Land, NLCIL, to propose vote of thanks.
Good afternoon to one and all. Respected Honorable Union Minister of Coal and Mines, Sri G. Kishan Reddy Garu, Secretary Coal, Additional Secretaries Coal, Coal Controller and his team, senior officials of the Ministry of Coal, Director General, Indian Bureau of Mines, CMDs and Functional Directors of Coal India Limited and its subsidiaries, CMDs and Functional Directors of Singarani Collieries and its subsidiaries, CMD, Functional Directors, CBO and Senior Leadership of NLC India Limited, distinguished speakers, delegates, DGMS officials, academicians, industry partners, trade union representatives, press and media, distinguished stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen. It is my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks for the 2-day national workshop on moving beyond extraction, mine closure and repurposing, conducted at Lignite Hall, NLC India Limited, Neyveli on 23rd and 24th of February 2026. At the outset, I offer my deepest gratitude to the Honorable Union Minister of Coal and Mines, Sri G. Kishan Reddy, whose direct involvement, vision, and guidance have been instrumental in conceptualizing and organizing this national workshop. Your thought emphasizes all the mining companies to begin with the end in mind. Once again, I reiterate all the mining companies to begin with the end in mind. Your sincere and hands-on involvement in the micromanagement of various activities, your interaction for more than 15 minutes with employees and contractual workmen regarding the welfare measures at Kudil Upper Station Area Mine 1, and your visit to the mine OB2 Sand plant. I extend heartfelt thanks to your dedication towards creating voids to value ideology for the nation's growth, transforming waste to wealth, generating employment opportunities and revenue generation, highlighting waste is not a waste until it is wasted. Over the past 2 days, this workshop has emerged as a truly national platform for deliberations on scientific mine closure, ecological regeneration, and productive repurposing of mined-out lands. This rich technical sessions, regulatory perspectives, and industry case studies have reinforced our collective commitment to responsible and sustainable mining. I express my sincere thanks to the Secretary Coal, Additional Secretaries Coal, and senior officials of the Ministry of Coal for their policy leadership and encouragement. My heartfelt appreciation to the Coal Controller and the Coal Controller Organization teams for their initiative and coordination in organizing this important national event. I also thank the Director General, Indian Bureau of Mines, DGMS officials, state government authorities, and CMD and functional directors of Coal India Limited and its subsidiaries, CMD and functional directors of Singarani College for their valuable participation and insights. My special thanks to CMD, functional director, CVO, and senior management of NLC India Limited for their guidance and for hosting this workshop with exemplary commitment. And here I would like to suggest a Tirukural, Enniya Enniyangu Eiduba, Enniyar Thinniyar Aho Perin. That means those who plan with firm determination will achieve exactly what they have planned. That is, if a person thinks carefully, plans properly, and remains steadfast and resolute, they will accomplish their goal exactly as intended. I gratefully acknowledge this visionary leadership of all overall program coordinators, Sri Prasanna Kumar Motupalli, CMD NLC India Limited, and Sri Suresh Kumar Chandra Suman, Director Mines, whose constant guidance and micro and macro level management ensured the grand success of this national event. Coming to the organizing committees and their team efforts, I place on record our sincere appreciation to the conveners and members of the 15 organizing committees from Neyveli and CRM Chennai, NLC India Hospital, protocol officers, CCD, Mine 1, Mine 2, Mine 1 heads and teams, Township Administration, Land Department, Mines Directorate, Transport and other functional units, along with the teams at Lignite House, Neyveli House and Guest House, HR teams whose coordinated efforts and sleepless nights ensured seamless arrangements for accommodation, transport, technical sessions, model exhibition, hospitality and logistics. I place on record a special appreciation to Mine 1 for facilitating the Honorable Minister's visit and interaction with employees and contractual workmen, and for arranging the visit to Sand plant in Upper Area. Special thanks to the catering team, accommodation team, and its coordinators of NLCIL. I also acknowledge the committee conveners who led these efforts across Apex coordination, technical sessions, finance, registration, hospitality, cultural programs, model exhibitions, media, and stage management by LDC, supported by a dedicated team of volunteers and staff. I extend my sincere thanks to all the distinguished speakers, delegates from PSUs, private sector organizations, academia, and NGOs whose active participation made the deliberations meaningful and outcome-oriented. I extend my sincere thanks to the security from NLCL district police officers for safe conduct of this wonderful knowledge sharing workshop. Being an IPMA certified organization, NLCL has organized the entire workshop with IPMA management principles, planning, staffing, organizing, leading, and controlling, resulting in a professionally executed and flawless workshop. This workshop has strengthened collaboration among policymakers, regulators, industry, and academia, and has reaffirmed our shared commitments towards environmentally responsible, socially inclusive, and economically sustainable mining practices. With profound gratitude to all dignitaries and participants, I thank each one of you for making this two-day national workshop a grand success. Wishing you all a safe journey and have a nice day. I thank you once again. Jai Hind, Nandri, Vanakkam.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the word of thanks. Now we would request all of you to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे